Blackstone Publishing presents An Unexpected Kiss by Cindy Rowland Anderson. This book is read by Mia Barron. For my granddaughter Brooklyn, who thinks superheroes are cooler than princesses, but still likes to wear sparkly high heels with a dress. Chapter 1. Lucy Phillips read the text from her mother and stifled a frustrated groan. Lance will be picking you up at the airport. Make sure to wear something nice, and don't forget to bring a coat. Really? Her mother was already telling her what to do, and she hadn't even boarded the plane yet. If it weren't for the Christmas season, she'd send a sarcastic reply. Not that it would do any good if she did. Her mom was determined to marry Lucy off to her old high school boyfriend. It didn't matter that Lance still wished he were in high school. Her mother wanted grandchildren, and apparently Lance was willing to help her get them, if only Lucy would cooperate. "Hey, could you move ahead?" an irritated voice said from behind her. Lucy shoved her phone in her pocket and took one step forward to close the gap in front of her. She resisted the urge to turn around and say something sarcastic to the grumpy lady. The way this week had gone, Lucy would end up sitting by the woman. Her phone vibrated another incoming text. Lucy loved her mother, she really did, but she didn't like her meddling with her life. Her 2 teenage brothers were still at home. Couldn't her mother focus on them? The line inched forward, and Lucy quickly moved ahead. No need to tick off the grumpy lady again. She really hoped her seatmate was someone nice. The flight from Northern California to Montana wasn't a long one, but when you are seated by the wrong person, it can seem interminable. Her phone buzzed again, and Lucy ignored it. It had to be her mother again, wondering if she'd gotten her first text. Just knowing Lance was going to be waiting for her at the airport put a damper on her Christmas spirit. Without looking at the new messages, Lucy turned off her phone. She'd deal with her mother and Lance when she absolutely had to. She wasn't going to let them ruin her favorite holiday. Lucy loved Christmas, and nobody did Christmas better than Snow Valley, her hometown in Montana. Since her managing director decided to take his family on an extended Caribbean cruise over the holidays, Lucy had a full 2 weeks of paid time off to enjoy the town's festivities. Finally, it was her turn to board the plane. She envied the lucky people traveling in first class. They were settled in wide, comfortable-looking seats and already had been served the beverage of their choice. Lucy wondered if they offered hot chocolate. There was nothing more soothing than a cup of hot cocoa topped with a dollop of thick whipped cream. If she got the promotion she'd been slaving away for over the past year, maybe she'd be able to afford traveling first class. But for now she was stuck in the back of the plane. The flight was full, and by the time Lucy made her way toward her assigned seat, the flight attendant warned her there might not be any room left in the overhead bins. She offered to check her bag for free, which Lucy gladly accepted. With only her messenger bag to carry, Lucy squeezed through the aisle, counting the seats until she reached row 26. A man stood with his back to her, trying to shove his carry-on bag into the overhead bin. He was a big guy, not fat, but certainly not toned. While she waited, she glanced back down at her ticket and saw she had the middle seat, which meant she was going to be squished in between this guy and the grumpy lady. Seriously? First, Lance would be waiting for her at the airport, and now this? Dismayed, she tucked a strand of her long blonde hair behind her ear. Glancing to her right, she found herself staring into the most unbelievable blue eyes she'd ever seen. She blinked, and the owner of the eyes came into full focus. He had thick, light brown hair that was slightly tousled, a look she was sure hadn't come from using any special hair product. His tanned skin only emphasized the electric blue color of his eyes. 2 tiny lines creased between his eyebrows, and Lucy realized the man was scowling. At her? "Is this your seat?" he asked, pointing to the empty spot next to him. Hope flared in her chest. Maybe she'd read her ticket wrong. "I'm in 26E. The man's face relaxed, and the slightest smile appeared on his handsome face. "This is seat B. You're on the other side." Of course she couldn't be that lucky. "That's right, sweetheart," a booming voice said from her other side. "Slide on in here." Lucy noticed a spark of compassion in the blue eyes before the man dropped his gaze to study his smartphone. Slowly, she turned and offered her seatmate a warm smile. "Hello, I'm Lucy." "Howdy, Lucy." The jovial man stuck out his hand. "I'm Jed Harrison." Lucy shook his hand. "It's nice to meet you." She slipped past him and took her seat. Right away, she noticed both of the armrests were lifted, which allowed the passengers on either side of her to encroach on her space, leaving her very little room to sit. "Hi, I'm Lucy," she said to the grumpy woman. "Maxine," the woman said, eyeing Lucy with a frown as she buckled her seatbelt. "I suppose you want the armrest down?" No. What Lucy wanted was to be seated across the aisle next to the cute guy with the blue eyes. "If you'd prefer it up, I don't mind." That at least won her a smile. Jed took his seat and fumbled with the seatbelt. His elbow caught Lucy in the chest. "Oops, sorry about that. Didn't mean to touch you there." He grinned. "I'm not trying to get fresh with you. It's just these seats are awfully close together. Besides, I'm a happily married man." Lucy thought she heard a muffled laugh from across the aisle, but she wasn't about to try and see who might find this so funny. She guessed it was the blue-eyed stranger. If she moved at all, Jed was sure to get another feel of her womanly curves, and she did not want that to happen again. The last of the remaining passengers found their seats, including a bedraggled-looking mother who held a crying toddler. Lucy found herself smiling when the woman declared she and her son were in seats 26B and C. She bet Mr. Blue Eyes wasn't laughing now. The flight went by slowly. Maxine had fallen asleep, and, while she didn't exactly snore, her breathing was noisy, but not noisy enough to drown out Jed, who insisted on chatting the entire time. By the time the plane landed in Billings, Lucy felt like she knew the man's wife and children intimately, not to mention his stellar sales record. Her head hurt, and she'd been unable to come up with a plan to avoid Lance, or, at the very least, come up with a speech that would finally get it through his head she was not interested in having a relationship with him, let alone have children with him. While waiting for people to deplane, Lucy overheard the mother of the toddler thank the man sitting next to her for being such a big help. Although mildly curious about how the guy had helped the young mother out, Lucy didn't move. Jed was attempting to unbuckle his seatbelt and had already made bodily contact with her far too many times. Finally, Jed had his bag and moved out of the way, talking loudly on his cell phone. Lucy stood up, feeling a little disappointed the cute guy had already vacated his seat. She glanced down the aisle just in time to see him disappear through the passageway to the terminal. She wondered where he was going from here. Maybe he had a girlfriend or wife waiting to meet him, or he could be catching another flight to someplace else. "Are you going to stand there and gawk all day?" Maxine said. Lucy snapped to attention and grabbed her messenger bag. "Sorry." She got in the dwindling line and made her way to the terminal. And to Lance. What to do about Lance? No matter how many times Lucy told him she just wanted him for a friend, Lance held on to hope, no doubt fueled by Lucy's mother, that they would rekindle their high school romance. Lance Christensen had been her boyfriend her senior year in high school. It was the typical high school romance that ended when Lucy went to the University of Montana in Missoula on a full-ride scholarship. Lance was supposed to attend Montana State on a football scholarship, but he blew his knee out before they graduated, ending his football career. After washing out his first semester at Montana State, Lance returned home to Snow Valley to continue working on his dad's ranch. Lucy didn't look down on Lance for his vocation in life. Ranchers made a good living, were hard workers, and she respected them. What bothered her about Lance was his desire to live in the past. Even though they'd graduated 7 years ago, it seemed like he wanted to stay a senior in high school the rest of his life, and he wanted Lucy to be a part of that fantasy. As Lucy passed through the portal of the plane to the walkway, she shivered from the noticeably lower temperature. While she enjoyed the weather in Northern California, Lucy loved snow. It was one of the things she missed most about home. Winter in Snow Valley, especially during the Christmas season, was like stepping inside a snow globe. The entire town was decorated for the holiday, making her homecoming even sweeter. Christmas music played over the speakers as she stepped into the busy terminal and made her way to the baggage claim. She was so torn about what to do. If she did ride home with Lance, maybe he would finally listen to her and accept that they could never be anything more than friends. She needed to make it clear to him that as much as she loved Snow Valley, she wasn't moving home. After graduating cum laude from the University of Montana with a degree in computer science, she'd landed her dream job with one of the top internet companies in the heart of Silicon Valley. During her first year with the company, she'd worked hard and earned her MBA, while also climbing the ranks in her department for her part in successful projects. Just before leaving on his cruise, the managing director announced when the new year rolled in he would be appointing a new manager over an upcoming project that would explode the company's presence into worldwide markets previously untapped. Lucy's name had been on the list, along with 7 other candidates who were being considered. Still, she and Lance had had this conversation before, and it hadn't gotten her anywhere. Her other option would be to rent a car and drive to Snow Valley herself. While Lucy loved the snow, she didn't like driving in it. Her dad knew that and usually picked her up. If her mother would have given her more of a heads up about Lance, Lucy could have made sure her father was the one waiting for her. Digging her phone out of her pocket, she powered it up and stepped onto the escalator. She wanted to check out the local weather. If the roads were clear, then she would rent a car. Her phone vibrated to life. There were 7 text messages, all from her mother. Ignoring the messages, she tapped the weather app and waited for it to update her current location. Relief washed over her when she read the forecast. There was a 40% chance of snow, but it wasn't until after midnight. She could easily make the 2-hour ride home long before that. The baggage claim area was abuzz with people. She scanned the faces, looking for Lance as she made her way to the carousel for her flight. Her stomach twisted with anxiety over the inevitable confrontation with Lance. If only she could avoid seeing him in the first place. Since she'd been squished between Jed and Maxine on the flight, maybe she'd luck out and Lance would show up late, or even better, not show up at all. Speaking of her seatmates, Lucy spotted Jed standing in the front of the crowd, still talking on his cell phone. She couldn't see Maxine, which meant she either got on another flight or hadn't checked any luggage. With no sign of Lance, Lucy eased into the milling people to wait for the luggage conveyor belt to start moving. That's when she spotted Mr. Blue Eyes. He was taller than she'd realized, probably at least 6'2". She wouldn't have to worry about wearing too high of a heel if she went out with him. At 5'6", she could wear her favorite 4-inch stilettos and still have to look up into his eyes. What was she doing? The odds of her ever getting a date with the handsome stranger were about as good as her mother not telling her what to do. Besides, the guy was probably married or had a girlfriend. Although, her eyes dropped to his left hand, and she could see he didn't have a wedding ring on. She squinted and couldn't see any telltale signs of a ring having ever been there. As if he could feel her checking him out, he turned his head slightly and their eyes met. Oh, wow. A girl could get lost staring into those pools of blue, sort of like she was doing right now. She felt herself smile at him. It was kind of like sending a wink on the online dating service she'd signed up for and then quit a few weeks later after some weird guy started stalking her. His mouth quirked up for only a second before he looked away as the conveyor belt came to life. That counted as a smile, right? It was better than the scowl he'd given her on the plane. If only she could have sat beside him instead of Jed. She would have found out if he lived in California or Montana, and whether or not he was single. Not that any of that mattered. She didn't have any luck when it came to men. They were either workaholics or liked to party. Lucy was looking for someone like her daddy, a hard worker who loved God, his family, and his country. They didn't make men like her daddy anymore. Sighing, Lucy focused on the carousel, hoping to spot her luggage so she could retrieve it and then rent a car. All before Lance arrived. She inched closer, still scanning the surrounding area for any signs of her old boyfriend. Finally, she spotted her bag. She moved forward and grabbed her carry-on and then her larger boarding case. Just as she extended the handle, she saw Lance coming toward the carousel. Stifling a moan, she watched him in disbelief. In one hand, he held a bouquet of red roses. In his other hand, he carried a small, wrapped package. Panic engulfed her. What if her mother had somehow talked him into proposing to her at the airport? Worse, he wore his high school Letterman jacket. She did not want a proposal from a guy wearing his high school Letterman jacket. It didn't look like he'd noticed her yet. Maybe she could duck through the crowd and hide out in the women's bathroom until he left. Slowly, she backed up a few steps, all the while keeping her eyes pinned on Lance. Just before she made it out of his line of sight, Lance saw her. He smiled and made a beeline straight for her. Lucy froze, desperately trying to come up with a plan. Why couldn't she have a boyfriend with her? From the corner of her eye, she saw the cute guy with the amazing blue eyes grab his luggage from the moving conveyor. In a moment of temporary insanity, Lucy rushed over to the man and threw her arms around his neck. "Please, just go along with this, okay?" Chapter 2. Startled, the man only stared at her. Lucy didn't have time to appreciate how good he smelled. She was on a mission. The man must have seen the distressed look in her eyes. Although somewhat stiffly, he brought his hands up and settled them around her waist. "Lucy, what are you doing?" Lance's voice was loud and irritated. Hi," Lucy said, ignoring Lance and trying not to get distracted by the color of the man's eyes. "I'm Lucy, and I need you to kiss me. Right now." "Are you crazy, lady?" the guy answered. Was it a good sign that he hadn't dropped his hands yet? Maybe a little, but I'm also desperate. "Lucy, who is that man you're with?" Lance was closing in. "Please, just one little kiss. If he sees me kissing another man, maybe he'll finally get the message and leave me alone." The guy's eyes flickered up, and his gaze narrowed slightly. Then his hands tightened around her waist, and in one smooth motion he dipped his head and covered her mouth with his. The kiss was tentative, like a kiss between strangers should be. Not that Lucy had ever done this kind of thing before. Still, it was nice, and warmed her all the way down to her toes. Too soon, the guy pulled back and gazed at her with troubled eyes. She was anything but troubled and desperately wanted to ask for another kiss. He must have read her mind. After a slight hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her again. This time, long, sweet, and slow. Lucy dropped her hands to his chest and gripped his coat to keep from falling over. She held on and returned the kiss. She heard Lance call out her name and knew he had to be directly behind her. She didn't care. All she wanted was this kiss to go on forever. A loud wolf whistle and thunderous clapping finally penetrated her brain. Well, that and Lance tapping her on the shoulder. She reluctantly ended the incredible kiss. Breathless, she and her kissing counterpart drew back and held each other's gaze. Heat surged through her when the guy looked like he wanted to resume their spontaneous interchange. "Lucy," Lance said. "Who is this?" "I have no idea, but boy, can he kiss." She bit her lip and looked to Blue Eyes for help. "Cole." She liked his name, especially the husky way he said it. "Lance, this is Cole," she said, noticing how breathy her own voice sounded. "Yeah, I got that. Why are you kissing him?" "I think that would be obvious." "Your mother said you aren't dating anyone." "My mother doesn't know everything." Suddenly a phone vibrated in Cole's shirt pocket. He cleared his throat and stepped back, making Lucy's hands fall to her side. "Excuse me, but I need to get this." "Please don't let it be his girlfriend." Cole answered, and immediately his eyes widened. "I just landed, but I'll get there as soon as I can." He ended the call and looked at Lucy. "Hey, I'm sorry, but I've got an emergency and need to leave right now." What could she say to that? It's not like she could demand he not leave her. "Okay, drive carefully." Cole smiled, shook his head, and grabbed the handle of his boarding case. "I will. Thanks for, understanding." They were talking like they were complete strangers, which they were. She just didn't want Lance to know that. "Call me later," Lucy tossed out to Cole's retreating back. Looking back over his shoulder, he lifted a questioning brow. "Sure." Yeah, she knew he didn't have a way to contact her, but she couldn't just yell out her cell number. Instead, she waved, knowing she'd never see the guy again. It really stunk. Here she finally met a man who lit her up like Snow Valley's city Christmas tree, and all she knew was his first name. Well, she also knew what a great kisser he was. He disappeared through the crowd, leaving Lucy with Lance. "You aren't upset your boyfriend just left you?" "He had an emergency." "And he couldn't have taken you with him?" Lucy grabbed the handle of her boarding case. She didn't want to have this conversation. What was that saying her dad used to say? Something about weaving a tangled web when you lied? Her impulsive kiss with a total stranger created one heck of a tangled web. If she kept talking, it would only make things worse. "I never planned on riding with Cole." Ha! That was definitely not a lie. "So you two aren't serious then?" Shoot. If she answered truthfully, it would give him hope. "Does it matter?" "Yeah, it matters," Lance said. "Then I'll know if I still have a chance." Lance's voice cracked, and for a second she thought he might start to cry. In fact, now that she was really looking at him, his nose looked a little red. "Do I have a chance, Lucy?" He sounded so hopeful, but Lucy had to set him straight. "Lance, you'll always be my friend, but nothing more." His eyes narrowed, and the muscle in his jaw ticked. Suddenly, he leaned over and pressed his mouth to hers. The kiss surprised her, and it took her a few seconds before she pushed him away. "What did you do that for?" "To show you that you still have feelings for me?" He grinned. "It worked, right?" No, nothing could compare to the incredible kiss she'd just shared with a man named Cole. "No, Lance, the only feelings I have right now is anger." She grabbed both of her bags and started marching toward the car rental desk. Lance was right on her heels. Lucy, where are you going? To rent a car. It's snowing outside. You don't like to drive in the snow. Then I'll catch a bus. You really want to be on a bus in a Montana snowstorm? No. She really, really didn't want to be on a bus, period. She halted and whirled around to face him. Then I'll wait the storm out. I'm sorry, Lucy. His voice cracked again, and he winced when he coughed. I shouldn't have kissed you like that. You're right about that, buddy. No, I mean, I really shouldn't have kissed you. I might have strep throat. He coughed again. At least that's what my nephew had last week. Doc Taggart gave me a prescription for antibiotics, but I didn't get it filled yet. I figured I'd wait until Monday to see if my culture comes back positive. Lucy stared at him, curbing the impulse to slap him upside the head. She did not want to be sick for her Christmas vacation. So you haven't started the medication yet? He shrugged. Nah, you know how I feel about doctors and medicine. I'd rather let nature heal me. Closing her eyes, Lucy silently counted to 10 very slowly. Telling Lance she wasn't going to date him was futile. He would never get it. The only way he'd leave her alone is if she got married or found him another girlfriend. Come on, Lucy, don't be mad. You're healthy, so I doubt you'll get sick. Letting out a defeated breath, she opened her eyes. Is it really snowing? My weather app said it wouldn't snow until after midnight. It's not here where the storm is. Snow Valley is getting pummeled right now. Heck, even with four-wheel drive, I barely made it out of town. All right. I won't rent a car. He grinned and handed her the roses. I almost forgot. These are for you. Lucy accepted the flowers. Thank you. She watched as he pulled the little package out of his coat pocket and didn't try to prevent him from giving it to her. What would be the point? This is for you, too. Lance held out the gift. I'll put it under the tree. Lance shook his head. No, you need to open it now, in case you want to get a nice dress or something. If this was his idea of proposal, she wouldn't have a hard time saying no. Without really having a choice, she slowly unwrapped the gift. The box wasn't the typical velvet jeweler's box, which gave her a small measure of relief. Opening the lid, she spied a scroll of paper tied with a tiny bow. Taking out the scroll, she slipped off the ribbon and unrolled the paper. It was a ticket to the Christmas ball, 7 years earlier. That dance had been her and Lance's first date. Will you go with me to the dance, Lucy? It'll be like old times. We're not in high school anymore. Her eyes honed in on his coat. He laughed. I know that. He glanced down at his jacket. I couldn't find my other coat and just threw this thing on. I don't know, Lance. I'll have to think about it. Maybe if she took long enough, she could find someone else for Lance to take to the Christmas ball. Come on, Luce. Say yes. If I remember right, girls usually have time to answer, right? The last time he'd asked her to the dance, she'd taken a week to answer him. Then it had been something lame like giving him a bag of Swedish fish with a note saying, "Out of all the fish in the sea, I'm glad you picked me." Lance's eyes lit up, like he remembered her answer and he had liked it, or maybe he just liked Swedish fish. She could get him a few bags and say something like, "There's plenty of fish in the sea. You don't want to end up with me." Okay, I'll wait for your answer. He winked and then started coughing. Lucy turned away and held her breath. She really didn't want to get sick. On second thought, if she did come down with strep throat, it would be a good excuse to say no. Lance took her 2 bags and led her out to his SUV. It was then Lucy remembered she actually had forgotten to pack her coat. Score 1 for her mother. Chapter 3. Cole Taggart fell onto the bed, exhausted from the day's events. And what a day it had been. First, the fight with his ex-fiancée, Nikki, about the engagement ring he'd never given her, but she thought she should get, since she'd said yes to his proposal. It didn't matter to her that she'd been cheating on him with the other doctor in his medical practice. She really believed she was owed the ring. Cole had laughed and walked away, leaving her to have her temper tantrum in private. The $14,000 1-carat diamond had been an investment he'd made before starting medical school. Nikki hadn't decided on a setting yet, and had been trying to negotiate getting a bigger diamond. Negotiations came to a screeching halt when Cole found her and his partner entangled in a passionate embrace late one night at the clinic. They had tried to say it wasn't a big deal, but since neither of them had any clothes on, Cole had won that argument, too. At least closing up his condo had been uneventful, and the moving truck was now on its way to Snow Valley, Montana. Cole would miss the Northern California weather, especially since he'd chosen to move during the winter. But he'd done his residency at Mayo Clinic in Minnesota and was accustomed to cold weather and snow. Before catching his plane, he'd stopped by to tell his parents goodbye. It wasn't even noon, and his dad had already had too much to drink. At least his dad was a happy drunk. It compensated for the cold, hard woman his mother was. Like always, she let Cole know how angry she was with him since he'd announced he was buying his uncle's medical practice and moving to Montana. Actually, his mother had been mad at him since he'd opted to specialize in family practice medicine rather than go into plastic surgery. It wasn't good enough for her social circle. She was also angry he'd broken off the engagement with Nikki. Just like his mother, Nikki came from old money, and money meant everything to his mother. A knock sounded on the door, and Cole didn't have the energy to get up and answer it. "Come in." His Uncle Will stuck his head in the door. "Hey, I just wanted to thank you for your assistance today. The emergency crew and hospital workers were really impressed with you." "Thanks. I'm glad I could be of help." The 20-car pileup hadn't taken any lives, but it had left plenty of people injured. Even though it took Cole a little over 2 hours to get to the hospital, he'd still been needed. He, his uncle, and the rest of the healthcare providers had worked tirelessly assessing and treating the accident victims. They'd finally finished nearly 5 hours after Cole arrived. "I know you're worn out, but I'll bet you're also hungry." Cole was starving, but he didn't think he had the strength to do anything about it. How could his uncle be so perky? The man was more than twice Cole's age of 31, and yet he didn't look at all tired. "I could eat. My neighbor, Beverly, just brought by a pot of homemade beef stew and hot rolls fresh out of the oven." Uncle Will wiggled his eyebrows. "She's got a thing for me and is always feeding me." Chuckling, Cole sat up. Uncle Will had a girlfriend. She must be nice, since his uncle was so cheerful. "You're a lucky man." "That I am. I was married to the sweetest woman in the world for 38 wonderful years, and now I'm dating the best cook in the state of Montana." He winked at his nephew. "She ain't a bad kisser either." Why did his uncle have to bring up kissing? Cole's body heated at the thought of the pretty girl he'd kissed in the airport. He hoped his face wasn't as flushed as he felt. "TMI, Uncle Will." "I'm too old to know what that means. You'll have to translate." "It means too much information." His uncle barked out a laugh. "You're just jealous." He waggled his brows again. "You need a woman of your own. Bev and I can set you up with a few pretty gals that will keep you warm this winter." "No, thanks." Cole stood up and stretched. "I'm done with women." "Hogwash. Just because that uppity thing you about married cheated on you doesn't mean all women are like that." "I know, but I'm not ready to date anyone right now." He made his way to the adjoining bathroom. "Give me a minute to wash up and then I'll be out." "Just make a lot of noise so Bev and I will know when to stop smooching." Cole laughed. marveling that his father and Uncle Will were brothers. They couldn't be more opposite. More than once, he wished he'd been born to the older brother. It wasn't the first time he'd wanted William Taggart to be his father, nor would it be the last. Once inside the bathroom, Cole splashed warm water on his face, and immediately his thoughts went back to her. Lucy. He'd noticed her when she'd first walked up to the ticket counter. Her long blonde hair hung in loose curls coming to the middle of her back. With her light blue eyes and tanned skin, she looked like the typical California girl. He'd also liked her laugh. She'd smiled and joked with the ticket agent, and it hadn't come off as fake and flirtatious, but as if she really liked to laugh. Turning off the water, Cole grabbed a towel and dried his face. When she'd boarded the plane and then stopped next to him, he thought for sure she'd be seated next to him. After the fight with Nikki, he wasn't in the mood to talk with a girl he found attractive. He'd been relieved when she announced her seat number would put her on the opposite side, while at the same time he felt sorry she'd had to sit next to Jed. Cole had already heard enough from the big guy in the 5 minutes it took for him to wait until he could load his duffel in the overhead storage. But it was that unforgettable kiss they'd shared spontaneously that made him glad he didn't know her last name and would never see her again. Cole had kissed his fair share of women over the years, but nothing could compare to the feelings he'd experienced the moment his mouth touched hers. If Uncle Will hadn't called about the mass accident, Cole wasn't sure what he would have done. He'd been tempted to kiss her again, even with her boyfriend looking on. The phone call had saved him. He flipped off the light and loudly shut his door. The last thing he wanted to see was his uncle and his girlfriend making out. That made him think about the kiss again. Who did that, anyway? Kissed a complete stranger? Of course, she'd admitted to being desperate. She'd also admitted she was a little crazy. He should count himself lucky he hadn't gotten her name and number. For all he knew, she kissed men she didn't know just for kicks. His former fiancé didn't have a problem kissing other men either. Women. They caused nothing but trouble. At least the women in his life did. Even if he found someone attractive, he wasn't looking to get married anytime soon. Taking over the medical practice would require a lot of his time. It would take a little while for his uncle's patients to transition to Cole as their primary care physician. Uncle Will hadn't even notified his patients he planned to retire before the new year. The letters were written but needed to be mailed out. It would be so much simpler if things could be done electronically. One of the first changes Cole planned to make was converting all of the patients' files over to the computer. He hoped he could hire somebody local to do the job. If not, he knew for the right price he could get someone out of Billings or Missoula. Coming into the kitchen, Cole caught the heavenly scent of the beef stew, which made his stomach rumble. Uncle Will and his neighbor sat close together at the little dining room table in front of the fireplace. Thankfully, they weren't kissing. "Cole, come on over here and meet Beverly Thompson." "It's nice to meet you, Miss Thompson," Cole said, shaking the older woman's hand. "The stew smells delicious." Beverly had pretty skin and looked to be about 10 years younger than his uncle, who had just turned 68 last month. "Thank you, and please call me Bev." She released Cole's hand and laid hers across his uncle's. "Will has told me so much about you." "I hope it was all good." She smiled. Of course, he can't say enough good about his brilliant nephew. If Cole was so brilliant, then why had he kissed a complete stranger and couldn't stop thinking about her? "He just says I'm brilliant because I followed in his footsteps." His uncle laughed, but had a look of pride across his features. "Yep, Cole's the son I always wanted. If he didn't have the same last name as me, I would have adopted him a long time ago." Cole must be tired because his uncle's words made his eyes sting like he might cry. He turned away to dish up some of the beef stew. "I love you too, Uncle Will." His voice cracked, and he cleared his throat. "And you've always been more of a father to me than my dad." "You two are gonna make me cry," Beverly said. "Then my makeup will be ruined." "With or without makeup, Beverly Thompson," Uncle Will said. "You're still the most beautiful woman I know." Cole grabbed 2 of the hot rolls and headed back toward his room. "I'll just leave you 2 alone. Thanks again for the food." "You're welcome," Bev said. Once more his uncle laughed. "He's just hightailing it out of here before we start kissing again." "William Tag—" Beverly's words were cut off, no doubt by a kiss from his uncle. Cole wasn't sure he could handle being around such a loving couple. His parents never showed any kind of affection to him or to each other. Good thing his house would be ready for him to move in after the new year. He had a feeling Uncle Will's retirement would also include a honeymoon, so having his nephew hanging around wasn't ideal. Cole's new house was a beautiful log cabin home that wasn't far from the hospital or his office. It needed all new carpet and paint, as well as some significant plumbing repairs that wouldn't be fixed until after the holidays. The home represented the beginning of his new life, a life without all the social status pressure his mother and his ex-fiancé placed on his shoulders. Monday would be his first day in the office, and Cole could hardly wait. Yep, life in Snow Valley was going to be a lot less complicated than in California. Chapter 4. 3 days later, Lucy woke up to a headache, fever, and a sore throat. It felt like overnight she'd swallowed a bunch of razor blades. She was going to kill Lance. He'd called Monday morning to tell her his culture was positive for strep throat. Someone pounded on her door. "Luce, Mom said if you don't get up, you're going to miss out on breakfast." "I'm not hungry," she moaned. "You can have my share." "Thanks, sis." Landon was 15 and had a bottomless stomach. The kid was already 6 feet and probably would grow a few more inches if he followed in his older brother's footsteps. At 17, Logan had surpassed their father's height of 6'2". Both boys were as handsome as their father, inheriting his dark hair. Although she didn't feel like getting out of bed, Lucy needed to get up and make an appointment with Doc Taggart. The sooner she got on antibiotics, the sooner she could get better. Tomorrow, the Polar Express came to town. She and her family always went on the train ride, and she wasn't going to miss it, especially since the huge snowstorm on Saturday had dumped 12 inches of fresh snow. The scenery would be just as magical as the train ride. Rolling over, she climbed out of bed. She swallowed and yelped in pain. Last night, she and her family attended the reading of The Night Before Christmas in Town Square, followed by hot chocolate. She'd noticed then that her throat was a little sore, but kept thinking it was only due to the cold weather. Lance hadn't come to the reading last night since some of the cattle on the ranch had been attacked by a wolf. He and the other ranch hands had been out hunting down the rogue animal before it killed any more of the stock. Lucy felt like hunting him down. She still couldn't believe he'd kissed her when he was sick. Making it into the bathroom, Lucy washed her face and brushed her teeth. She felt a tiny bit guilty for kissing a total stranger. Just because he looked nice didn't mean he wasn't carrying some nasty disease. That had been a really stupid move on her part. Except, last night she'd had several dreams about Cole and his gorgeous blue eyes. They'd been kissing, and it was just as good in her dreams as it had been in real life. When Lance called last night, he'd asked if Lucy had heard from the guy at the airport. Lucy could honestly answer no. She'd have to come up with an excuse, like Cole had to fly home for a family emergency, or Lance would ask more and more questions about him. Lucy would probably need to think of a last name for the guy so it sounded more legit. Another knock sounded on her door. "Lucy, honey, can I come in?" Her mother might drive her crazy, but she was the best kind of mom to have when you were sick. Yeah, Mom. Lila Phillips swept into the room, looking beautiful and put together, her blonde hair brushing her shoulders. At 47, her mother had often been mistaken for Lucy's older sister. Landon said you aren't hungry. She studied Lucy and frowned. Oh, dear, you look awful. Are you coming down with something? Yes, I was, exposed to strep throat a few days ago. I need to get in to see Doc Taggart. Her mother came over and placed the back of her hand to Lucy's forehead. You definitely have a fever. Lucy swallowed and winced. My throat is killing me. You get dressed, and I'll call and make an appointment for you. William should be able to squeeze you in, especially since I'm helping with the bake sale benefiting the hospital this evening. Thanks, Mom. Her mom leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. Come to the kitchen as soon as you're ready, and I'll have a nice cup of peppermint tea waiting for you. It'll soothe your sore throat. I've also got the liquid ibuprofen Landon had after his tonsillectomy last year to help reduce your fever. It hurt to talk, so Lucy nodded her head. A couple of hours later, Lucy dressed in a black tunic sweater paired with her reindeer-printed black and white wool leggings. After sipping the peppermint tea and taking the ibuprofen, she felt marginally better, enough so that she pulled her hair into a messy ponytail and actually put on a little makeup so she didn't look too horrible. She glanced at the clock and realized if she didn't hurry, she'd be late for her appointment. Doc Taggart worked her in right before his lunch break. With her dad at his office, Logan at school, and her mother attending a meeting about tonight's charity event, Lucy was driving herself over to the doctor's office. Her mother had suggested she call Lance to drive her, but Lucy wasn't dying, and the roads were all clear. Plus, Lance was the reason she was sick in the first place. At least her mother hadn't protested too hard when Lucy reminded her how contagious she was until she got on antibiotics. Grabbing her purse, Lucy slipped her cell phone inside the front pocket and stepped into the garage. She shivered and snuggled into the wool coat her mother let her borrow. After chiding Lucy for not remembering her coat, she let her choose one from her closet. At least her mother had good taste when it came to clothing. Similar in height and size, they would often share clothes. Her dad's SUV sat in the third stall. He was sweet enough to let Lucy drive his four-wheel drive whenever she was home visiting, and took the sedan instead. Lucy was the only child her dad let drive the car. Logan had already wrecked his truck twice, and Dad didn't trust him behind the wheel of the other vehicles in the family. On her way to the doctor, Lucy drove past the high school. The marquee out front had the information for the city-sponsored upcoming Christmas dance. She groaned, knowing Lance expected an answer soon. She couldn't afford to be sick. She had to find Lance a girlfriend. The doctor's office didn't look too busy. Lucy parked and went inside. She loved Doc Taggart. He'd been her doctor for as long as she could remember. At least being sick would let her see him sooner than later. The waiting area was empty. Melanie Archer, the receptionist, knew Lucy and grinned widely. Lucy Phillips, it's so nice to see you again, although I'm sorry you're sick, hun. It's good to see you too, Lucy said, signing in. How are your girls? Good. They're both in high school now and going to the Christmas ball. We've been shopping for dresses for 2 weeks now and haven't found a thing. She shook her head. The price of one of those dresses cost more than my wedding dress. Lucy used to babysit Melanie's girls. The dance would be a fun place to see many of her old friends. She didn't want to be paired with Lance, making people believe they were a couple. She really needed to find him another date. Have a seat, sweetie, and the nurse will come and get you in a minute. Okay, thank you. She sat down and thumbed through a magazine full of fun Christmas ideas. Lucy loved anything and everything about Christmas. As soon as she felt better, she'd make up a batch of sugar cookie dough and get her little brothers to make Christmas cookies with her. A few minutes later, A nurse Lucy didn't recognize called her back. She stopped in front of the digital scales. "We need to get a current weight." Usually, Lucy liked to strip down before stepping on a scale. At the very least, she never left her shoes on, but she was too tired for any of that. Leaving her Ugg boots on, she stepped on the platform and closed her eyes. Lucy wasn't overweight, but there is something unsettling about watching the numbers rise at an accelerated rate. "Okay, let's put you in room 3. Lucy followed her into the room and sat on the exam table. Her throat started to sting again as the older woman took her blood pressure and checked her pulse rate and oxygen levels, which were all normal. "You've got a slight fever," she said, after taking Lucy's temperature. "Have you had any medication?" "Yes, my mom gave me some ibuprofen a couple of hours ago. Can you tell me what your symptoms are?" "My throat is killing me. I think I might have strep throat." The nurse clicked her tongue against her teeth. "We've seen a lot of that going around. Sit tight, and Doc Taggart will see you in a few minutes." "Thank you." As soon as the nurse left, Lucy realized she didn't feel very good. Getting ready and then coming to the doctor's office had worn her out. She felt a little dizzy and decided to lie down on the exam table. The bright lights hurt her eyes, even with them closed, so she draped her mother's scarf over her eyes. Soon after, she heard the door open and Doc Taggart's friendly voice. "Lucy Phillips, are you still causing trouble?" "Always," she said, and started to sit up. Doc Taggart placed his hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to get up, honey. I can ask my questions while you're lying down." "Thank you. I can't believe how yucky I feel." She thought she heard the door open again, but then Doc Taggart spoke. "The nurse said your throat hurts and you've got a fever. Anything else?" "My head really hurts." It could be a nasty virus that's going around town." "I think I have strep throat." "That's been going around too. Have you been exposed to anyone with strep?" Lucy laughed and then wished she hadn't. It really hurt to laugh. "You could say that." "Stop being cryptic. Who coughed all over you?" Doc Taggart joked. Lucy should leave it at that, but Dr. Taggart had always had such a good sense of humor, and she liked making him laugh. "This stays between you and me, but when I was at the airport on Saturday, some stupid guy kissed me." Since Lance was also one of Doc Taggart's patients, she decided to leave out his name. The doctor snorted a laugh. "Yep, you're still causing trouble." He took her hand and tugged. "Sit up and let's take a look." Lucy pulled the scarf off and sat up. She squinted against the light. Doc Taggart stood in front of her, grinning. It was the man standing behind him that made Lucy gasp, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 5. Cole wanted to ask Lucy the same thing, but he was still reeling from her comment about a stupid guy kissing her. Did he need to remind her that she'd asked him to kiss her? His uncle looked between Cole and Lucy, confusion clearly written all over his face. "You two know each other?" "You could say that." Cole smirked a little when Lucy looked slightly panicked. "Hey," she said nervously, "just so you know, you're not the stupid guy that kissed me." Cole lifted a brow. "I mean, you kissed me, but you're not stupid. At least, I don't think you are." That was debatable. Right now, however, it was plain dumb luck to find the girl that had plagued his dreams since Saturday sitting in front of him. His uncle guffawed loudly. "I can attest he's not stupid." He patted Cole affectionately on the back. "This boy scored in the 90th percentile on his medical boards." Her eyes widened. "You're a doctor?" Uncle Will snickered again. "Darling, you're looking at my replacement." He winked at Lucy. "But don't worry. Even though I'm retiring at the end of the year, you'll still get to see Dr. Taggart." Silence followed his uncle's announcement. Finally, Uncle Will turned and handed Cole Lucy's chart. "Since you already know Lucy, I'll leave her in your capable hands." "You're leaving?" Lucy asked, sounding a little alarmed. "Cole is a fantastic doctor, and I've got another appointment I can't miss." He walked toward the door. "Good to see you again, Lucy. Cole will have you feeling better in no time." Uncle Will slipped out the door, closing it firmly behind him. His next appointment was his lunch date with Beverly. Cole glanced down at the chart he held. Lucy Phillips, age 25. "If you read my weight out loud, I'll throw something at you." Fighting a smile, Cole lifted his face and met her silvery blue eyes. "So, after you ordered me to kiss you and then I left, who else got snared by you?" "For the record, I only ordered you to give me one little kiss. You were the one who kissed me a second time." Cole felt his neck flush. Yeah, he had kissed her twice. Probably would have done it again if not for the multi-car pileup. "I was just trying to make your boyfriend back off. That's what you wanted, right?" "He isn't my boyfriend. At least he hasn't been for more than 7 years. He just doesn't want to accept that." "So you roped another man into kissing you?" "No. It's not like I make a habit out of kissing strange men." Cole narrowed his gaze. Was that an intentional pun? The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Lance wasn't too threatened by you, especially after you ran off and left me stranded at the terminal." "Excuse me? How was this his fault?" "He was suspicious. We weren't all that serious." "We're not." She rolled her eyes. "I know that, but he didn't. After you left, he wanted to prove something and kissed me." For some reason, a twinge of something that felt like jealousy tightened Cole's gut. "Did he prove something to you?" She stared at Cole, her cheeks growing pink. Quickly, she dropped her gaze and lifted one shoulder in a shrug. "Not really." She was hiding something. Cole wished he could dig a little deeper, but this conversation was so far from a professional doctor-patient relationship that he needed to get things back on track. "Okay, so you kissed Lance." Her head shot up. "He kissed me, but I didn't kiss him back." She had certainly kissed Cole back, which could only mean she'd liked his kiss. A surge of satisfaction coursed through his veins. He couldn't hold back a smile. "Thank you for clarifying that." The glare she gave him made his smile widen. "Go on," he said smugly. "After he kissed me, he announced he was sick and probably had strep throat." Cole couldn't help it. He laughed out loud. "Look, Dr. Taggart, I'm glad you find this so funny, but contrary to popular belief, laughter is not the best medicine. I need an antibiotic. Lance called yesterday and told me his culture came back positive for strep." Stifling the urge to laugh again, he stepped toward her. "I'll need to take a look at your throat." "Do you need me to stick out my tongue? Because I'll gladly do it." She was a feisty little thing. He liked that. "Nope. Just open wide and say ah." Plucking a tongue depressor out of the jar, he examined Lucy's throat. He felt guilty for laughing. Her throat looked raw. "I don't think we'll need to get a culture, especially since Lance's test came back positive." Cole tossed the tongue depressor in the garbage and brought both of his hands up to palpitate the sides of Lucy's neck with his fingers. The second he touched her, she went completely still. Cole felt the swollen glands and caught the scent of her flowery perfume while he was at it. It was highly unprofessional to feel attracted to a patient. After today, he'd suggest she find another doctor to treat her. "Do your ears hurt?" he asked, trying to maintain a steady voice. She shook her head. "I'm just going to take a quick look." He grabbed the otoscope and turned on the light. Taking a gentle hold of her earlobe, he got close and peered inside her ear. The ear looked normal. He looked at the other ear, telling himself not to notice how good she smelled. Both of them looked good. She was very quiet and only nodded her head. He unwound the stethoscope from around his neck and approached her. "I'm just going to listen to your heart and lungs." Never before had something so routine felt like it bordered on inappropriate, but he needed to be thorough. The bacteria that caused strep throat could sometimes result in rheumatic fever and damage the valves of the heart. Carefully, Cole pulled down the neck of the sweater just enough to get his stethoscope in the right place. Thankfully, he'd done so many exams he knew exactly where to place it, which wasn't anywhere near her womanly curves. The doctor part of him kicked in, and he determined her heart sounded healthy. He listened to her breath sounds and found them clear. "I'm going to give you a prescription for an antibiotic. Do you have any medication allergies?" "I'm allergic to penicillin." Cole pulled out the prescription pad and wrote out the prescription. While his handwriting wasn't too bad, he missed the computer setup from his office in California. A few clicks of the mouse and he could print out the prescription. "Be sure and get started on this right away," Cole said, detaching the prescription and handing it to Lucy. "Thank you." She scooted forward and got down from the exam table. "How long before I'm not contagious anymore?" "You won't be able to kiss anyone else for at least 24 hours. She cut him a scathing look. "Ha ha. For your information, I don't plan on kissing any more men in the foreseeable future." She slipped the strap of her purse over her shoulder. "Tomorrow, the Polar Express comes to town, and I don't want to miss going with my family." For the first time, Cole noticed the reindeer print on her leggings. Not every woman could get away with wearing tights, but Lucy looked pretty good. Forcing his thoughts away from how attractive he found her, Cole picked up her chart. "As long as you feel up to it, you should be fine. In the meantime, drink plenty of fluids and try to rest. If you don't see any improvement after taking the antibiotics for 3 days, call and we can put you on something else." "All right." She hesitated for a few seconds. "Look, I'm really sorry I made you kiss me. It didn't even work. Lance still won't take no for an answer." Cole tried not to be offended and was tempted to tell her he would be willing to do a more convincing job if she wanted. "Should I apologize?" A small smile curved her lips. "Not necessary." She held up her prescription. "I better go get this filled so I won't miss out on any more annual Christmas events. I'm sad I won't be able to help the kids out this evening with the Christmas cookie decorating party." "There's always next year." "True." She turned and opened the door. Before leaving the exam room, she looked back at him over her shoulder. "By the way, your kissing skills were never in question. Lance hasn't given up in 7 years, and I doubt he ever will unless I get married or I find him another girlfriend." With that, she disappeared out the door. Cole stood there grinning like an idiot. So he had kissing skills, did he? Over the years, he'd won awards both for his academics and athleticism. Right now, however, praise for his kissing ability from Lucy Phillips was, by far, his greatest achievement. Though he knew he should leave it at that, Cole wanted another chance to demonstrate to Lucy just how talented he was. Chapter 6. Although Lucy's throat felt better and she was no longer contagious, she still felt tired and worn out, but not tired enough to miss out on riding the Polar Express. The magical train ride was the perfect start of the Christmas holiday for her. As she finished getting ready, she looked out her bedroom window. The recent snowfall blanketed Snow Valley in a pristine white canvas that left her yearning to make snow angels and build a snowman. When she felt a little better, she would try to get her brothers to play outside with her. She supposed she could try and track down her girlfriends from high school, but after graduation they had all gone their separate ways and, other than through Facebook, hadn't kept in touch. She knew Lance would jump at the chance to build a snowman with her. Every time she visited home, he complicated things by trying to monopolize her time. To be honest, she didn't even know if he really loved her or if his pursuit was out of habit. He seemed to be as convinced as her mother that since his name started with L, they were destined to be together. He'd come over last night after the bake sale with a plate full of thick brownies with chocolate frosting and crushed candy canes on top. Lucy was in the middle of watching one of her favorite Hallmark Christmas shows when Lance stopped by. Lucy hadn't been surprised her mother had suggested the visit. He'd apologized again for making her sick and hoped the brownies would make up for it. They helped considerably. She just didn't tell Lance that. He ended up staying for the rest of the movie, but never tried to put any moves on her. That probably had more to do with Lucy staying bundled up tight in the Christmas quilt her grandmother gave her a few years ago before she died. Plus, every time she had to blow her nose, she mumbled something about Lance getting her sick. During a commercial break, Lance asked about Cole. Lucy wasn't exactly sure what to say. It's not like she could say he'd gone home for Christmas. She finally went with the truth. Cole knew she was sick and was spending time with his uncle. Lance accepted that and didn't ask any more questions. Obviously, Cole hadn't attended the charity bake sale or Lance would have recognized him. Hopefully, she'd be back in sunny California by the time Lance discovered Cole was his new family doctor. Lucy twisted the last strand of her hair around the curling wand and tried very hard not to think about Cole Taggart. How ironic that the one guy she wouldn't mind seeing again was totally off limits. Cole might be a handsome, successful doctor, not to mention a fantastic kisser, but he'd just bought his uncle's medical practice, which meant he was here to stay in Snow Valley for a very long time. As much as she loved her hometown and missed her family, Lucy enjoyed her career and living in Northern California. Plus, if she got the promotion, there was a chance for an overseas assignment. "Lucy?" Her mom called through her bedroom door. "Are you about ready?" "Yes, I'll be out in a few minutes." She put on a navy blue knitted beanie, leaving her blonde hair to hang in loose curls around her shoulders. "Are you sure you don't want to ride over with Lance?" Lucy rolled her eyes and put on her brown suede Sherpa boots. "No, Mom." She stood up and made sure her skinny jeans weren't bunched up above the boots. "Why don't you want to ride with him?" her mom questioned. Lucy strode over to her door and opened it up. "Because I'm not dating him." She slipped past her mom. "I just need to grab my coat and gloves and then we can go." Her dad stood by the fireplace watching a football game on the television. He turned and whistled when he saw her. "Don't you look pretty?" She went over and hugged her father, loving the familiar smell of his spicy cologne. "Thanks, Daddy." "Lamont," her mother said, sounding a little exasperated, "please tell your daughter to be nice to Lance." Her dad pulled back and affected a stern expression. "Lucy, are you being mean to the Christensen boy again?" His eyes sparkled with humor. Lucy bit her lip, trying not to giggle. "Lamont, I'm serious. She refused to ride over with him to the train station. If she keeps telling him no, he'll find someone else." If only that were true, Lucy mumbled under her breath. Laughing, her dad turned off the television. "Lila, Lucy's a grown woman. Let her be the one to decide who she dates." He crossed the room and put his arm around his wife's shoulders. "Let's not forget whom your mama wanted you to marry. It certainly wasn't me. She kept pushing you toward Charles Simpson, and now he's doing time for embezzling money." "Lance would never do that." "That's not my point, sweetheart. Stop pushing Lucy. or she'll never come home to visit us again." Lucy appreciated her father's directness, although she doubted her mother would change her ways. Logan came into the family room with Landon close behind him. "Hey, me and Landon are going to head over to the train station now." "Landon and I," their mother corrected. "That's what I said." "Logan, no goofing around." Lamont pointed a finger at Lucy's brother. "One more accident and you'll lose your driving privileges for a month." "Good thing I'm not driving, then." He grinned and sauntered toward the front door. "Jake is coming to pick us up." As if on cue, a horn blared. "Gotta go. Come on, Landon." Lamont stopped the boys by placing one hand on each of their shoulders. "You boys better not miss the train." "We won't," Logan said. "We're going to try to get on the car where all the cheerleaders are riding." He waggled his brows and grinned. Lucy watched her father fight back a smile. "All right." He stepped out of the way. "Have fun and remember curfew is 11. "Got it!" Landon yelled as they rushed out the door. "You girls ready to go?" Lamont asked. "Yes." Lila glanced at her watch. "Our tickets are for the 6:30 train, and I told Lance to meet Lucy by the ticket booth at 6. "Maybe I'll just stay home," Lucy said, putting on her coat. "Nonsense." Her mother came over and put a scarf around Lucy's neck. "However, I don't like the idea of you being exposed to the cold when you're still sick. The cars on the train aren't heated well." "I'm not contagious anymore." "I know. I asked Doc Taggart if it was okay for you to come tonight, and he said yes, but you should check with your new doctor." Her mother narrowed her gaze. "Why didn't you tell me Doc Taggart is retiring and you saw his nephew?" Lucy froze. Had her mother met Cole? "I guess I assumed you already knew." "No. Doc Taggart announced it for the first time last night. His nephew wasn't at the bake sale, but I hope to meet him soon." Her mother stepped back and adjusted a few of Lucy's curls. "You've got such beautiful hair. I'm so glad you wear it long. It's very feminine." "Thanks, Mom." Lucy forced herself not to roll her eyes. When she was little, Lucy wasn't the typical girly girl into all things pink and sparkly. While other little girls wanted to be a Disney princess, Lucy liked superheroes. When she was 6, Lucy had taken a pair of scissors and cut off her long hair so she'd look better in her Batman costume. She hadn't grown it out again until high school. Her mom patted Lucy's cheeks. "Even with your tan, you still look a little pale." "Lila, leave the poor girl alone." Lamont took his wife's hand and led her toward the garage. "Honey, do we need to buy you one of those frilly little puppies you can dress up and carry around in a purse?" Her mother giggled. "Stop being so ridiculous, Lamont." "I'm very serious. I've even thought of a couple of names that start with an L so the puppy won't feel left out. What do you think about Lady or Lassie?" "I don't want a puppy. I want a grandbaby." "You'd name our grandbaby Lady or Lassie?" Lamont teased, assisting his wife into the passenger side. While Lucy appreciated what her dad was trying to do, now her mother would be stuck on grandchildren. She needed to get her mom on another subject. "Mom, I forgot to ask you how the bake sale went last night. Those brownies Lance brought by were delicious." That did the trick. The entire 10-minute drive to the train depot, her mother boasted about the success of the sale and what was most popular. Lucy's dad winked at her in the rearview mirror and mouthed, "Smart girl." They found a parking spot early on and headed for the train station. Lucy felt silly tagging along with her parents. She'd hoped her little brothers would be riding with them, but they had their own agenda, which didn't involve parents or an older sister. Of course, since her mother had properly meddled, Lance would also accompany their little group, making it a foursome. The train station was decorated to look like the North Pole. There were several booths set up inside the station where you could purchase gifts and souvenirs. One little shop featured items from the book The Polar Express. like the bell from one of the reindeer's harness the boy chooses as the first gift of Christmas. Lucy already had one. Someday she'd make sure her children all had their own bell. She'd also make sure to keep the magic of Christmas alive for them so they'd always hear the bell ring. Another booth featured a souvenir mug of Snow Valley's Polar Express, which you could use for the hot cocoa served on the train. As she trailed behind her parents, she noted most of the shops sold items related to the popular book-turned-movie. Her mother glanced at her watch. "Lucy, since we're a little early, your father and I'd like to do a little Christmas shopping." "We would?" her father questioned. Lucy's mom shot him a severe look, and he shrugged. "Yep, we want to do a little shopping." "What would you like me to do, Mom?" Lucy asked, already knowing her mother had an agenda. "I know you didn't get to see everything at the Christmas craft fair a few days ago, but they've set up a tent outside with some of the same vendors, so I thought you could wander through there until it's time for you to meet Lance." Lucy's father reached in and pulled out his wallet. "Here's your train ticket in case we don't meet up until after we've boarded." "Thanks, Dad." Lucy took the ticket and tucked it inside her small purse. "For a minute there, I thought you were going to give me some money." He laughed and pulled out 2 $20 bills. "Don't tell your brothers." Lucy wouldn't take the money. "I'm kidding, Dad." "Hey, if your old man wants to give you a little money, you need to take it." He took her gloved hand and placed the bills on her palm. "Buy yourself a little something for your apartment. I know how much you love to decorate for Christmas." "Thank you, Daddy." "Now, Lucy," her mother admonished, "don't you forget to meet Lance." Lucy started to protest, but then Doc Taggart and Beverly were suddenly heading in their direction, and not far behind them was Cole Taggart. Now was not the time to argue. "Okay, Mom, I better hurry up so I'll have time to shop." Lucy darted away, hoping Cole hadn't seen her. She still couldn't believe she'd told him he had great kissing skills. It would be nice if she could rationalize and tell herself she'd told him that simply to pay him a compliment. But she'd been flirting with him. Now she had 2 men she had to avoid. One she didn't want and the other she couldn't have. She slipped behind a crowd of kids in line to write Santa a letter and made her way toward the exit. A surge of townspeople entering the station blocked the exit. At this rate, Lucy wouldn't even make it inside the craft tent. Inching around the outer edge, she got in a slow line of people leaving the building. There were several other exits in the depot, but she would have risked being seen by Cole. A few minutes later, she stepped outside. The nippy air made her shiver. As she approached the entrance to the tent, she was disappointed to find it also had a long line. Quickening her pace, she veered right to miss a group of teenagers and smacked into someone. "Sorry," she said, glancing up at the solid mass she'd just hit. "Are you hiding from someone?" Cole asked with a smirk. "Not anymore." "Why would you think that?" He grinned. I'd say you're definitely hiding from someone, but from whom?" He knew. Somehow he knew she'd snuck away before her parents were introduced to him. "I guess it'll remain a mystery." She sidestepped around him. "See you around." She quickly moved toward her destination, but Cole was close on her heels. "I met your parents." "That's nice." "They said I just missed you." "And yet you found me." She cast him an annoyed look. "Why are you following me?" "Why are you avoiding me?" Instead of answering him, she increased her pace. The cold air burned her lungs, her breath coming fast. Since she exercised regularly, her overexertion must be related to her recent bout with strep. The opening to the craft tent was only a few feet ahead. If not for the group of old ladies in front of her, she could have made it inside and ditched the doctor. Left without much of a choice, Lucy quietly waited in line, doing her best to ignore Cole. It wasn't easy since he stood so close to her and smelled absolutely wonderful. "So," Cole said, "your parents are Lamont and Lila, and you're Lucy. Any other family members that start with L?" I have 2 younger brothers, Logan and Landon. How old are they? Dr. Taggart wasn't going to leave her alone. She might as well go along with it. Logan is 17 and Landon turned 15 a few months ago. It must be nice having such a big family. He considered her family big? She turned toward him and lifted a brow. How many siblings do you have? None. Only child. The line inched forward, and Cole and Lucy both stepped forward. Curious about his family, she couldn't resist finding out more. Did you like that, being an only child? No. Cole's blue eyes met hers, and she read a vulnerability there she hadn't expected. My mom and dad weren't exactly cut out for parenting, so it's probably good they only had 1 kid. Lucy's chest constricted, and she had to stop herself from reaching out and taking Cole's hand. From what I can tell, the son they had is pretty amazing. She inwardly cringed. He was going to think she was after him. I mean, you're a great doctor. She was not going to mention their kiss ever again. He studied her for a few seconds. Slowly, his face relaxed, and he smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Does this mean you're done avoiding me? Their eyes held, and Lucy couldn't stop herself from returning the smile. I suppose. The line moved forward, and Lucy could feel the warmth radiating from the tent. Neither of them spoke again until they'd made it inside. Cole looked around and frowned. At least now I know where everyone buys their Christmas decorations. Snow Valley really goes all out, don't they? I know. Isn't it great? He eyed her skeptically. If you say so. What's not to like? They made their way to one of the booths that had beautiful handmade quilts and wall hangings. I'm just not that into Christmas. Lucy stopped and stared at him. How can you not be into Christmas? It's the most wonderful time of the year. Not for me. It's my least favorite holiday. Do you have your stethoscope with you? Puzzled, he shook his head. No. Why do you need it? I just wanted to verify you have a heart. He smiled. That was actually kind of funny. I'm serious. How can you not like Christmas? It occurred to her that he may have grown up in poverty. Maybe that's why he hated it. Is it because you never got anything as a child? She asked hesitantly. He snorted a laugh. Nope. My parents made sure everyone knew how much money we had by the elaborate gifts they gave me and to one another each year. Christmas is about more than getting stuff. She pointed out a beautiful wall hanging depicting the Nativity. What about the birth of the Savior? I'm not a heathen, Lucy. His eyes softened. Believe it or not, I'm a believer who actually goes to church regularly and not just on Christmas Eve. There may be hope, then. Hope for what? She reached out and took his gloved hand in hers and led him back outside the tent. I'm going to save you from becoming the only world's living heart donor. He laughed at her joke. Oh, really? Yes, really. I'm going to show you how incredible Christmas is. And we'll start by buying you your very own magical reindeer bell. She waited for him to protest. Instead, he gave her a wink. Lead the way. Using another entrance, Lucy and Cole were back inside the depot fairly quickly. Feeling overly warm, Lucy dropped his hand and removed her gloves. So how is a magic reindeer bell going to help me? Cole asked as he removed his own gloves and put them in his pocket. Lucy moved toward the little shop that sold the bells. Part of her wanted to take Cole's hand again, but she wasn't that brave. Please tell me you've read the book, The Polar Express. Nope. Have you at least seen the movie? Sorry, but no. They skirted around a family with little kids. Are you riding on the 6:30 train? Right now I'm not riding on any train. I agreed to come with Uncle Will and Bev to see if we could score a ticket for me. but I got sidetracked and didn't make it to the ticket booth." Lucy knew she was the reason he'd failed to get a ticket. She glanced at her watch. Lance shouldn't be at the ticket booth yet. Impulsively, she took Cole's hand and changed their course. "Come on, let's see if we can buy you a ticket." "What about my magic bell?" "We'll get that later. This is more important right now." Cole grinned. "Whatever you say." Without their gloves as a barrier, Lucy was acutely aware of her palm against Cole's. Feeling a little self-conscious, she let go of his hand and immediately missed his warmth. They walked the rest of the way and got in the shortest line they could find. "I take it you really like this book," Cole said. "I do. I can't believe you've never read it." Cole lifted one shoulder up. "Like I said, Christmas at my house was more about attending elite parties and going to exotic vacation hotspots." Hearing the bitterness behind Cole's words made Lucy sad. For some reason, she really wanted to change his perspective. "May I help you?" the woman in the ticket booth asked. "Yes." Lucy moved up to the window with Cole close beside her. "Are there any more tickets available for the 6:30 train?" The woman tapped on her computer for a few seconds. "The only thing available for that train is in the deluxe North Pole car." Lucy knew those tickets were pricey. Even if Cole purchased one, she wouldn't be able to sit with him. She wanted to be there with him, especially when one of the elves assigned to each car read the book aloud while passengers sipped on hot cocoa. "We'll take 2 tickets," Cole said, pulling out his wallet. "Cole, I can't let you do that," Lucy protested. "Those tickets are expensive." "If this is my first time riding the Polar Express, then I want good seats and I want you with me." He handed the cashier a credit card, but kept his blue eyes on Lucy. "You are going to try and show me what I've been missing, right?" She couldn't argue with that. "Yes." "Good." Cole turned toward the teller and completed the transaction. "Here are your tickets. First-class passengers board first, so make sure you're here on time." The woman handed Cole a shiny red envelope with an embossed imprint of the train on the front. "You two have fun." "Thank you," Cole said. They stepped out of line and Lucy glanced up at him. "Wow, I've never traveled first class before. I've never been on a train before." She smiled. "Thank you for the ticket. My family is going to be very envious." "Will your parents be upset you won't be sitting with them?" Immediately, Lucy's good mood deflated. Lance Christensen would be the one upset. Correction, he was upset, and he stood directly behind Cole. Chapter 7. Cole watched the smile disappear from Lucy's face. However, she was no longer looking at him, but at someone behind him. Turning, he saw her wannabe boyfriend. "Hey, Lance," Cole said, holding out his hand. "It's good to see you again." Reluctantly, Lance gave him a quick handshake. "You'll have to forgive me for not feeling the same way." "Nothing to forgive, man." He shot Cole an irritated glance and then focused back in on Lucy. "Were you just gonna leave me here waiting for you all night?" Lucy was supposed to meet him? Cole looked to Lucy for answers, too. "Lance, my mother only told me I was supposed to meet you here on our way over." "What are you talking about? Your mother called me and said you asked her to give me a message to wait for you by the ticket booth at 6. "I obviously need to have a talk with my mother," Lucy said sardonically. She blew out a big breath. "I'm sorry about the misunderstanding." Lance grunted and shook his head. "You know, Luce, if you didn't want to be with me tonight, then you shouldn't have had your mom call me." "I never asked her to call you. I thought you understood that when I sarcastically said I needed to have a talk with my mother." Lance squinted, as if truly trying to grasp what Lucy just said. "Your mother must not like your new boyfriend very much, then." Cole stiffened. She didn't know I was going to be here with Lucy. Why on earth was he pretending like he was Lucy's boyfriend? He should have stayed home like he'd wanted to do in the first place. He'd reluctantly tagged along with his uncle and Beverly to the Christmas event. The chances of running into Lucy with such a large turnout had been pretty low. He couldn't believe it when they walked into the depot and there she was right in front of him. Earlier, Cole had told his uncle the whole story at the airport, and Uncle Will had laughed so hard Cole thought he might go into cardiac arrest. As soon as his uncle spotted Lucy and her family, he insisted they go over and say hello. The next thing Cole knew, Lucy had vanished, and instead of just letting her go, he went after her. Again, I'm sorry, Lance. Mom and I are going to have a long chat about her interfering in my social life. Lance ran a hand through his hair. Lucy, with my dad not feeling well, I really didn't have time to ride on the train today, but I know how much you love it. He shrugged. When your mom called and said they had a ticket reserved for me and to meet up with you here, I figured you'd dumped your new boyfriend. No. Lucy eyed Cole with trepidation. I didn't dump my new boyfriend. Although he knew he should just leave well enough alone, Cole reached out and took Lucy's hand, threading their fingers together. Lance's eyes dropped to their intertwined hands and then back up. Hey, forget I even asked you to the Christmas ball, Luce. I already know what the answer will be. Cole watched Lucy's expression as Lance turned and walked away. He could tell she felt bad for the guy. Heck, so did he. It was harsh what had just happened. I'm a horrible person, Lucy said. No, you're not. She sniffed. Yes, I am. She sniffed again, and Cole was sure she was about to start crying. You didn't try to lead him on. No, my mother did. Cole choked on a laugh. She glared at him and pulled her hand free. He immediately sobered up. We should probably head toward the loading area. She blinked a few times. Okay. Do we need to let your parents know you'll be with me? She shook her head. I'm never talking to my mother again. I'm no expert, but that might put a damper on your Christmas spirit. That won him a tiny smile. Shut up. For some reason, he wanted to hold her hand again. He wouldn't mind kissing her again either. Do we still have time to stop and buy me a magic reindeer bell? Overhead, a happy-sounding voice announced the 6:30 Polar Express would start boarding first-class passengers in 15 minutes. Probably not, Cole answered for her. They started walking with the crowd. A man with a big mustache and dressed like an old-fashioned bellhop held a lantern and called out to everyone to get their tickets ready, adding that no one could ride the Polar Express without a ticket. Lucy's countenance brightened considerably. I'm so excited. This is going to be magical. Cole's chest tightened with an emotion he'd never felt with Nikki. It was joy. Being with Lucy made him happy. It is going to be magical. Thank you, Lucy, for sharing this with me. She smiled, and it was the most natural thing in the world for Cole to take her hand in his. Lucy followed the porter to the North Pole boxcar. Cole was right behind her, having let go of her hand when they boarded the train single file. Part of her hoped they could sit side by side on the chance he might hold her hand again. The other part cautioned her to remember she was only here with him to help give him a better outlook on her favorite holiday. Christmas music played as the aroma of hot cocoa and fresh-baked cookies scented the air. The deluxe car was much warmer than riding in coach. As she slid into a private booth, she already knew she wouldn't need her coat. She probably wouldn't need her hat, but her hair would be a flyaway mess if she took the beanie off now. She started to shrug out of her coat, and Cole assisted her before removing his own coat and sliding into the seat across from her. He wore a navy blue crewneck sweater that deepened the color of his azure eyes. His dark hair looked adorably mussed after he'd taken off his beanie. He smiled, and she felt her heartbeat quicken. "That was nice of you to give away your ticket." "Well, since mine had been upgraded, I certainly wouldn't be using it. Most people wouldn't care enough to bother finding out if someone could use the ticket." Under his admiring gaze, Lucy felt her cheeks flush. Feeling slightly flustered, she focused on her mission. Just call her little Cindy Lou Who because she was about to change Mr. Grinch's mind about Christmas. "Was there ever a time you liked Christmas?" He studied her for a few seconds. "Yeah, sure. What kid wouldn't like waking up to finding most of the merchandise from Toys R Us in their living room?" Lucy couldn't relate. While her father made a good living, her parents had never spoiled Lucy or her brothers. She usually got one nice gift from Santa and the rest from her parents, which were usually items she could use every day. "When did it change?" He shrugged. "I don't know. It got to the point where I wouldn't wake up early anymore. I'd roll out of bed around noon and go down to see what I didn't want to keep." His face darkened. "My dad was usually drunk by then, and my mother planning what she'd wear to whatever party they'd attend that night." "Did you go with them to the parties?" "No." He snorted a laugh. "My parents partied like it was New Year's Eve every night, and kids weren't invited. Eventually, I went to my own parties. Even though I grew up with money, I really didn't like hanging out with rich snobs. I came to the conclusion Christmas was nothing more than a glorified marketing scheme. If it really was all about Jesus, then I wouldn't have a problem. But from what I've seen, it's nothing but a greedy holiday where people feel entitled to get more stuff." "That might be true, but it also brings out the good in people. They seem to be a little kinder and more charitable. There's nothing more fun than finding the perfect gift for someone you care about. And that gift doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't even have to be something you buy." "The majority of the world doesn't feel that way, Lucy." He looked away for a second. "I just get sick of the entire month of December turning into one big shopping spree. I see more patients during that month with so much stress manifested by ulcers, chest pain, high blood pressure, and depression." "Wow, I see I have my work cut out for me." He brought his gaze back to hers and smiled. "Tell me some of your favorite things about Christmas." She breathed in deeply. For one, the smell of fresh baked cookies and hot cocoa. She leaned forward. "I love Christmas lights, especially after a snowstorm. I love finding the perfect Christmas tree and decorating it while listening to Christmas music. I love handwritten cards that come in the mail. I even love the cheesy family letters that highlight the best things that have happened over the past year. I love Hallmark Christmas shows and making sugar cookies, and I love playing Secret Santa to someone in need." Cole's eyes had widened, so Lucy stopped reciting her long list. "Those are just a few things." "You mean there's more? I don't want to overwhelm you." He sat back and shook his head. "Do you want to know what's sad? My parents would get Christmas cards in the mail and never read a single one after they opened it. Once they determined there wasn't anything of monetary value, they'd toss them in the trash." A wave of tenderness for her mother washed over Lucy. Her mom read every card and then taped them on the doorframe into the kitchen. By the end of December, the entire frame was covered with cards, letters, and photos. They didn't have time to talk anymore because an energetic man, dressed like an elf, bounced in and greeted everyone occupying the North Pole car. The elf came to their table and asked for their names. "I'm Lucy, and this is Cole," she said, noting how uncomfortable Cole seemed with a man dressed in green and white striped tights. The elf winked at Lucy and put his hands on his hips. "Girl, I'll bet you're hoping Santa puts coal in your stocking this year." The couple behind them started to laugh. Lucy smiled, enjoying the embarrassed look on Cole's face much more than the pun. "I guess I'll just have to see if I'm on Santa's naughty or nice list." The elf leaned toward Lucy and whispered loud enough for others to hear, "I know which one I'd want to be on." At this point, Cole's face was as red as Rudolph's nose. Thankfully, the elf flitted to another table. Lucy pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. "I think he liked you." Very funny. 2 female elves came in, each pushing a food cart. One was loaded with warm cookies, and the other had carafes of hot cocoa which was served in a keepsake Polar Express mug. Lucy decided she liked traveling first class. Soon after everyone had been served, the conductor came through asking to see everyone's ticket. Cole pulled the tickets out, and Lucy noticed they were gold foil and much fancier than the ticket she'd given away. The rest of the trip was magical, at least for her. She hoped Cole was having a good time. He seemed to be, and listened intently as one of the elves read the Polar Express book while they traveled to the North Pole. When the story finished, Cole leaned toward her and whispered, "I'll bet you can still hear the bell, right?" Lucy smiled and nodded her head. "I hope I never lose that ability." He watched her contemplatively, making her wish she could read his thoughts. "I've never met anyone like you before. Through your eyes, Christmas is magical." His words warmed her as if she'd had another cup of hot chocolate. "That makes me happy." "I'm very glad I met you, Lucy Phillips." His gaze drifted down to her mouth, and she knew he was thinking about the way they'd met. Lucy had vowed not to think about the kisses they'd shared, but she couldn't help it. Their eyes met again, and Cole reached across the little table, taking a hold of her hand. His touch made her feel like she had a passel of sugar-plum fairies dancing in her stomach. The rest of the trip passed by too quickly. They arrived in the North Pole and picked up Santa. On the return trip back, he and Mrs. Claus greeted everyone and then handed out little red gift bags. Lucy could hardly wait to look inside. She knew from past experience the occupants in the coach cars would only receive a candy cane. She and Cole waited until the Clauses left their car before opening their gift bag. Among the little mementos was a silver bell. Cole lifted his out and jingled it. "What do you know? I actually can hear it." Lucy's heart melted, and she stifled a sigh. Dr. Taggart was pretty sweet, not to mention cute. Suddenly, being on the naughty list didn't seem like a bad thing. Not if it meant she got Cole for Christmas. Chapter 8. Cole had a few more patients to see before he could call it a day. It was a good thing since his mind was preoccupied with Lucy. As much as he thought about her, he wasn't so sure it was wise to spend any more time with her. Since they hadn't made any definitive plans last night, maybe he didn't need to worry about her following through with her promise to change his Scrooge-like attitude about Christmas. She obviously hadn't wanted her mother to know she'd spent the evening with him on the train and not Lance. When Lucy's mother texted her to meet up at the front entrance, she and Cole parted ways, with only Lucy promising to contact Pastor John, a family friend and the minister of the church, to get names of anyone they could play Secret Santa to. Out of all the things Lucy loved about Christmas, secretly making someone's Christmas better was at the top of her list to help Cole like Christmas. Uncle Will had only stayed in the office for a few hours, but ended up covering the ER at the hospital, leaving Cole to meet patients without his uncle's introduction. Things had gone smoothly, but Cole missed the efficiency of having everything on the computer. He'd need to find someone to transition the current hard copies to electronic medical records sooner than later. Grabbing the chart from the door of his next patient, Cole opened it up. T.J. Parker, age 6, sore throat, fever, and cough. He looked for the child's previous history, but found none. The little boy was a new patient. He knocked on the door as a courtesy and then opened it up and stepped inside the room. A young mother sat on one of the chairs holding a little girl. TJ sat up on the exam table, his face pale. "Hello, Ms. Parker." He held out his hand for her to shake. "I'm Dr. Taggart." The woman timidly took his hand and quickly let go. Even though she smiled, he saw the fatigue written all over her face. He suspected she was pretty when she wasn't sporting dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. "It's nice to meet you, Doctor, and you can call me Allie." Cole would have said hello to the little girl, but she had her head buried against her mother's chest. Turning around, he faced his young patient. "You must be TJ." The child nodded his head. "I understand you've got a sore throat?" Again, only a nod. His mother piped up. "He's been sick for over a week now. I kept hoping he'd get better, but he won't eat anything, and today I could barely get him to drink water." "We just moved here," TJ said in a soft voice. "I haven't been able to go to school yet." "Do you like school?" Cole asked. "Yes." "I'll tell you what, TJ. If you can let me take a look at your throat, I'll be able to know what we can do to help you get better." Cole took the otoscope from its base and turned it on. "This is a special light that helps me see inside your mouth." He shone it on his palm. "If you can open your mouth as big as you can, I'll use the light to look at your throat." "Okay," TJ said, opening his mouth wide. He said, "Ah," without being prompted by Cole. The child still had his tonsils, and they were so swollen and infected they were nearly touching. "Good job, buddy." Cole put a tip on the otoscope. "I'm just going to shine this light in your ears now. I promise it won't hurt." Cole winced when he saw one of the eardrums bulging and red. Even if he started the kid on antibiotics, he predicted the eardrum would rupture before the day was done. The other side didn't look as bad, but it was still infected. TJ did everything Cole asked as he listened to his lungs and heart. At least his breath sounds were clear. That was more than he could say about the little girl. She had a nasty cough. He'd ask the mother if he could take a look at her after. Other than his acute illness, TJ appeared to be in good health. As Cole turned to talk to Allie, the little girl stated she needed to go to the bathroom. "I'm sorry," Allie said, standing up. "I'll be right back." "No problem. TJ and I will wait right here." Cole opened the door for Allie and pointed out the restroom. Hoping to make the child comfortable, Cole asked the age-old question for this time of the year. "So, TJ, tell me, what do you want from Santa?" The little boy's eyes didn't light up. Instead, they grew dimmer. "Santa isn't coming to our house this year." Cole was temporarily speechless. He felt sick inside and wondered what the circumstances were for a mother to tell her child Santa wasn't coming. He hoped it wasn't some kind of punishment. "Oh, why not?" TJ's little shoulders seemed to droop. "Mama says it isn't because I'm bad. She told me I'm the best boy in the world, but that Santa needs help this year and we don't have any extra money to help him." A feeling of despair and helplessness enveloped Cole. How many other children were out there with the same reality as this kid? Each year, Cole contributed money to his pastor to help those families in need, but Cole had actually never met anyone in person. They were just a paper star on the Christmas tree with the age and gender of the recipient as the only information. Fighting back his emotions, he tried to think of something to say to give this little boy hope. TJ continued, his tone accepting and matter-of-fact. "My daddy wasn't very nice to me or Haley. He was mean to Mama, too. We moved away, so he can't hurt us anymore. Mama says next year we'll have enough money to give to Santa. She says this year we can give each other gifts that we make." The door opened, and Allie walked in carrying her daughter, who looked to be about 4 years old. The child started coughing again, and Cole's worries increased. "Allie, it sounds like I better take a look at this little one. What's her name?" "Haley," Allie swallowed, and Cole noticed her lower lip trembling. I Don't have enough money for 2 copays today. Let's not worry about that right now, okay? Allie nodded her head. Okay. Cole sat down on the chair next to Allie, unwinding his stethoscope from around his neck. Haley, I'm Dr. Taggart, and I'm just going to listen to your breathing, just like I listened to TJ's. Allie lifted the back of Haley's shirt, and Cole placed the diaphragm of the stethoscope against the small back. After listening to each side, he ruled out pneumonia. How long has she been sick? Her cough started about 5 days ago, but she's had a cold for about 2 weeks. We just moved here, and I'm still trying to get settled. I just kept hoping they'd both get better. Haley's illness most likely started out as a virus, so bringing her in sooner wouldn't have helped. Cole stood up and picked up the portable oxygen saturation monitor. She's got bronchitis, which should get better with antibiotics. I just need to make sure she's getting enough oxygen. Cole crouched down low. Haley, will you let me put this on your finger? It won't hurt, and you'll be able to hear your heart beeping. Allie helped her daughter hold out her small hand. Cole put the monitor on her finger and watched the numbers on the display. Haley's heart rate clipped along in a healthy rhythm, and her oxygen levels were in the high 90s, which was right where they should be. Good job, Haley. Cole removed the device and turned it off. Her O2 sats are great, Allie. Do either of your children have any known drug allergies? Not that I know of. Good. I'd like to prescribe a broad-spectrum antibiotic for both of them. Right away, Cole saw a new stress press down on this already burdened single mother. I'm going to have my nurse get a wait on Haley while I go into our supply room. Our pharmaceutical rep left us with a good supply of medication last week, and I should have enough samples for both kids so we can start treatment immediately. Thank you. That would really help. Cole exited the room and asked his nurse to weigh Haley. He went into the supply room and found enough of the medication for both kids. He also grabbed samples of children's ibuprofen and cough medicine. Putting everything into a bag, he made his way back to the examination room. Cole gave Allie the medication and wrote the instructions down for each child. If you don't see a change over the next 4 days, I want you to call me, okay? I will. She put on her daughter's coat and handed TJ his coat. Thank you so much, Dr. Taggart. You've been really kind. Cole smiled, but his chest tightened with emotion. TJ's coat was obviously too small. The coat was clean, though, and Cole knew Allie was doing the best she could. You've got a couple of great kids. He opened the door and instructed the nurse to let the children choose something from the treat basket. He planned on getting a vending machine with small toys the kids could buy with a token. It was just another thing on his list to update Uncle Will's practice. It was hard finishing up the day when all he wanted to do was call Lucy to tell her about the small family who needed her Christmas magic. Finally, he saw the last 2 patients of the day. They were both follow-ups, which didn't take long. Eager to be done, he went into his office to dictate his notes. A knock sounded at his door, just as he finished. Melanie Archer, his very efficient office manager, poked her head in. Sorry to bother you, Dr. Taggart, but Lucy Phillips called while you were in with your last patient. She crossed the floor and handed him a yellow sticky. She left her number and asked that you call her when you get a chance. Thank you, Cole said, marveling at the timing. He hadn't been sure how he was going to track Lucy down, but now he'd just been handed her phone number. It was fate. Or, if Lucy were here to name it, divine intervention. If you don't need anything else, Melanie said, I'm heading home. I'm good. Cole scooted his chair back and stood up. Have a great weekend. You too. She waved goodbye and left a minute later with the nurse. Once he was alone, he punched in Lucy's number. She answered right away. Hey, this is Cole Taggart. He clamped his mouth shut and shook his head for being such an idiot. She already knew his last name. Well, hello, Cole Taggart, she said with a small laugh. Hi. He suddenly felt like a dorky teenager who didn't know how to talk to a pretty girl. Hi yourself. Cole laughed. I'm not usually this awkward when I call a girl. I make you nervous? Yeah, now that he thought about it. A little. It's my mother, isn't it? You don't want her hitting on you for me, right? He laughed again. Actually, that's not the reason. But speaking of your mother, why didn't you want to be seen with me last night? Seriously? Don't you know I was trying to protect you? If she learns I'm hanging out with the cute new doctor in town, your life would never be the same. You think I'm cute? Did I say that out loud? Yes. He pictured her sparkling blue eyes and wished this was a FaceTime call so he could see her smile. Just trust me when I say I'm protecting you from my mother's matchmaking schemes. I guess I should thank you. You're welcome, she said wryly. He was trying to think of a witty comeback when she gently cleared her throat. But all joking aside, that's why I called. I felt bad about ditching you last night and wanted to apologize, but then I realized I didn't have your number. Cole sensed her sincerity, and it sobered him, making him remember the reason he'd wanted to call her in the first place. Your timing is perfect. I really needed to talk to you, but had no idea how to get a hold of you. This sounds serious. It is. Can we meet somewhere for dinner? I just found our Secret Santa family, and we need to get started right away. Chapter 9. Lucy pulled into the restaurant parking lot and nervously glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror. This isn't a date, she said out loud. She twisted her finger around an errant curl and then applied a fresh coat of lip gloss. It wasn't a date. Not really. Just because Cole admitted she made him nervous, and she apparently admitted she thought he was cute, it didn't mean anything. They were just friends. Satisfied by both her appearance and her ability to lie to herself, Lucy climbed out of the car and made her way into the quaint eatery. She suggested they meet here because it was 20 minutes outside of town and lessened the odds of running into someone from Snow Valley. As she quickly made her way to the entrance, the cold air felt like icy fingers slipping between the seams of her coat. Living in California for the past year and a half had obviously made her a wimp when it came to cold weather. A tiny bell jangled when she opened the door. She stepped inside and was immediately enveloped in warm air, scented with heavenly aromas of something delicious. "Welcome to Granny's Kitchen!" The bubbly hostess was a cute, dark-haired girl that looked to be a little younger than Lucy. "Thanks." Lucy's eyes dipped down to read the girl's name tag. Harper. "It smells heavenly in here." "The food's even better." Harper plucked up a menu. "Just one?" Lucy shook her head and removed her gloves. "I'm meeting a friend here." The girl lifted a sculpted brow. "Please tell me it's not the hot guy in the corner." Following the girl's line of sight, Lucy felt her breath hitch when she spied Cole sitting there studying his phone intently. "Yep, that's him." "Aw, man, I was all ready to flirt with him and everything." "Sorry to ruin your plans." Harper brightened. "But you said friends, so does that mean he's still available?" Lucy suddenly felt territorial. "We're friends that kiss each other." "So, off limits." She smiled and lifted a shoulder. "Glad I asked before I made a fool of myself." "For the record," Lucy said, unbuttoning her coat, "I don't blame you. He is pretty cute." Harper sighed. "Love. It always happens to everyone but me." "Oh, Lucy stopped herself from blurting out she wasn't in love. Better to not give the girl false hope. "I'm sure it will happen when you least expect it." "Thanks," she said unenthusiastically. "Well, let's get you seated so you two can order." Lucy followed the girl and could have kissed Cole the way his eyes lit up when he saw her. "Hey, you made it." He stood up and helped Lucy take off her coat. "Thanks." She draped the coat on the back of the chair and took her seat. "Have you been here long?" "No, I just sat down." Harper handed each of them a menu. "I'll give you two a few minutes to decide what you want." She glanced at Lucy. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "Ice water, please." The girl turned to Cole and flashed him a bright smile. "And what would you like?" "Ice water for me too, Harper." Cole gave the waitress a smooth grin, and Harper's cheeks flushed a pretty pink. Did he really have to be so charming? Lucy wanted to kick him under the table. So she did. Cole grimaced and shot her a questioning gaze. "Oh, sorry," she said sweetly. "I forget how long your legs are." "It's okay." Harper's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked between the two of them. "I'll go get your drinks." As soon as she was out of earshot, Cole asked, "What was that for?" "What was what for?" "Lucy, you kicked me, on purpose." She tried to hide her grin behind the menu. "I said I was sorry." Cole pulled the menu down. "Why did you kick me?" Lucy knew her explanation would give him the wrong idea. The room suddenly felt warmer as he waited for an answer. She wanted to make something up, but ever since meeting this man, she'd been telling more half-truths than the White House press secretary. She really would end up on Santa's naughty list. "Harper has a thing for you, and you smiling at her like that was giving her the wrong idea." A slow grin spread across his handsome face. "Are you jealous?" "Don't be ridiculous." "Admit it. You're jealous." "I am not." "So you wouldn't mind if I asked for her number?" Lucy squirmed in her chair. "Go ahead." She raised the menu again. "But at least wait until I leave. I told her we're together." "Lucy." She continued to hide behind the menu. "What?" "Look at me." "I'm trying to order here." Couldn't he just drop it? There was silence, and she could feel his electric blue eyes staring at her. "If you're trying to order, then you might want to actually look at a menu." Heat flooded Lucy's face as she realized she held an advertisement for Granny's catering services. Not meeting Cole's eyes, she placed the advertisement down on the table and picked up the menu. Before she could hide behind it, Harper came back to take their order. "Ready?" she asked, placing down a glass of ice water for each of them. Lucy had no idea what she wanted. She lowered her menu. "I can't make up my mind." Her eyes flickered to Cole. "Why don't you go first?" Cole winked at her and ordered Granny's pot roast. That sounded good to Lucy. "I'll have the same thing." "Coming right up," Harper said, plucking their menus off the table. She pitched a curious gaze at Lucy as if to ask if she'd been telling the truth. Lucy smiled. "Thank you." She wanted to add, "We are friends, and we have kissed." Instead, she kept her mouth shut. Knowing she couldn't avoid Cole, she tentatively met his gaze. His eyes were full of amusement, and the smile curving his mouth came off as sexy and confident. "Thank you for meeting me for dinner," he said. "You're welcome." She nervously tucked a blonde curl behind her ear. "So you found someone who might need a little cheering up for Christmas?" The sparkle in his eyes dimmed, as if someone turned the lights down. They need more than cheering up. Cole proceeded to tell Lucy all about the small family and the obvious dire circumstances. Lucy's heart ached, not only for the little children, but also for the mother. She couldn't imagine the burdens and stress she carried. "I'll call Pastor John to see if he knows anything about the Parkers. Did you happen to get their address?" Cole took a sip of water and nodded. "I got all the contact information on my phone." He pulled out his cell and tapped on the screen a few times. "I plugged the address into my Maps app, and it looks like they live on the outskirts of town." He held out his phone to Lucy. During the transfer, their fingers touched, and she felt a zing of electricity from the brief contact. Ignoring the attraction, she studied the map and immediately recognized the area. This is the old Carpenter house. She frowned and returned the phone. And when I say old, I mean old. Was it for sale? Lucy shrugged. I don't know. The house is near Lance's ranch. Maybe he'd know. Are you comfortable contacting him? Sure. Despite how obnoxious he is, we are friends. She pulled out her phone. I'll text him and ask if he knows anything. While Lucy typed out the message, Harper delivered their meals. The food smelled as incredible as it looked. Can I get you anything else? Lucy paused long enough to see Cole smile and give the girl a quick shake of his head. Not right now, but thanks. Just let me know if you change your mind. Harper gave him a decidedly flirty smile and backed away from the table. She glanced at Lucy briefly before turning and leaving them alone. Lucy quickly finished the message and sent it. Hopefully Lance will know something. Cole studied her for a few seconds. I want to do more for this family than just get them a few Christmas gifts. The conviction in his voice made Lucy like him even more, as well as respect him. I agree. She pulled a notebook and pen out of her purse. Let's brainstorm while we eat. Since Christmas is less than a week away, that needs to be our first priority. How do we find out what the kids want? Cole started in on his meal while Lucy answered him. I'll talk to my mother and see if she can put some kind of welcome basket together with Christmas goodies and breads, along with some oranges and apples. Lucy shook out a cloth napkin and laid it across her lap. Trust me when I say my mother will be able to get the information we need. Lucy cut into the tender meat with her fork and took her first bite. This is good. Cole agreed and took a forkful of meat and mashed potatoes in one scoop. I might be coming back here for more than a few of my meals once I move into my house. I'm not really that great of a cook. Lucy took another bite of food and studied Cole. Did he want to come back here to get to know the cute waitress as well? Ignoring the twinge of jealousy, she took a drink of water and then wrote gift basket and her mother's name down on the paper. I'll bet they don't have a Christmas tree, Cole said. We could get a fresh tree with a stand and put the lights on. Then we can anonymously leave it on their porch with some ornaments. Good idea. Lucy wrote it down. We also need to get them a Christmas CD so they can listen to music while they decorate it. Lucy glanced up at him and smiled. You remembered. Warmth filled his blue eyes. I was listening to everything you said. His words sent a ripple of pleasure through her. Lucy ducked her head, hoping to hide the heat in her cheeks. Okay, what else? They discussed several other ideas, including buying the Parkers tickets for the winter carnival on Saturday. Hopefully both of the kids would respond to the medication Cole started them on and would be well enough to enjoy the outdoor activity. Lucy and Cole decided if the family went, they could use that time to put lights on the house. Just as Lucy and Cole finished dinner, Lance texted her back. I asked Mom, and she wasn't aware of anyone moving into the place, but I did see smoke coming out of the chimney when I drove home today. Mom said she'll see what she can find out, and I'll get back with you. Lucy read the text to Cole and then thanked Lance. A few seconds later, he sent her another text. I guess you're still seeing that guy? It wasn't fair to use Cole to avoid Lance, but technically she was seeing him, and they'd be spending a lot of time together over the next week until she went home. She quickly typed a reply. I'm with him right now. Figures. Is everything okay? Cole asked. Yes, Lance is just being Lance. Not wanting Cole to ask more questions about Lance, she tucked her phone into her purse and gathered up her notebook and pen. So, I'll talk to Pastor John this evening, and then tomorrow you and I are Christmas tree shopping, right? Sounds like a plan. The office is closed tomorrow, and I'm not on call this weekend, so we can go any time. Lucy had absolutely nothing to do tomorrow. How about I meet you at Dove's at 10? They sell almost everything there, and we can get the ornaments, lights, and tree stand in one stop. How about I just pick you up at 10 and we'll go together? And let my mother see you? Lucy shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. Your mother doesn't scare me. She should. My name doesn't start with an L, so she probably wouldn't want you to date me anyway. Lucy smiled. Your name has an L in it, and that might be enough for her. Harper suddenly appeared. Would you two like any dessert? No thanks, Lucy and Cole both spoke at the same time. Okay, here's the check. Just bring it to the register when you're ready. Lucy went to reach for the bill, but Cole snatched it first. I've got this. Are you sure? Cole gave her a slightly annoyed look. Yes. Okay, but I'll leave the tip. Lucy, let me just take care of this, okay? He removed his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a $10 bill, and laid it on the table. This wasn't a date, but Cole didn't look like he'd back down, so Lucy just smiled at him. Thank you, Cole. She scooted her chair away from the table and stood up to put on her coat. Standing, Cole slipped on a dark gray wool jacket that accentuated his broad shoulders. They walked toward the register, and Lucy caught the yummy scent of his cologne. I saw a few Christmas tree lots in town advertising fresh trees, Cole said as they reached the cash register, which was devoid of Harper or any other employee. Please don't tell me you buy your Christmas trees from a lot. Where else would you get them? Lucy took a mint from a basket on the counter and removed the wrapping. We need to go to a Christmas tree farm and cut one down ourselves. She popped the mint in her mouth. Cole was in the process of unwrapping a mint. He stopped and lifted a brow. Seriously? You cut your own tree down? Once you experience the joy of getting a fresh tree, you won't ever buy another tree from a lot again. He shrugged and popped the mint in his mouth. My parents never took me to buy a Christmas tree anyway. My mom hired a decorator to do all that. She looked at him incredulously. You've never decorated your own tree? Nope. Harper came out of the kitchen and hurried to the register. Sorry, we're short today, and my boss needed some help. No problem. Cole flashed that winning smile of his again and handed over his credit card. Lucy scooted closer to him so their arms touched. Even with their coats as barriers, she still felt a jolt of awareness shoot through her. A tall guy with a gut as round as Santa himself came out of the kitchen. How was your meal, kids? Fantastic, Cole said. I promise I'll be back. Lucy nodded her head. Definitely, it was really good. The guy beamed. Did Harper point out you all are standing underneath the mistletoe? Jerry, Harper said sharply, leave them alone. Cole tipped his head back, and Lucy did the same, spying the mistletoe hanging directly above them. You don't have to kiss, Harper said, handing Cole his credit card back, along with a pen to sign the receipt. Cole ignored the items, his attention focused solely on Lucy. He had a teasing glint in his eyes, but there was also something else there that made Lucy's stomach flutter. It's bad luck if you don't kiss when you're under mistletoe, he said in a low voice. Bad luck? Lucy had never heard that before, but she wasn't about to argue. I try to avoid bad luck whenever possible. Cole smiled as his gaze dropped to her lips and he leaned toward her. Lucy lifted her chin, her breath catching as she waited for their mouths to touch. A fire blazed inside her the moment his lips met hers. She returned the kiss with an intensity she'd never felt before. What she wouldn't give to not have an audience at this time so she could further explore these incredible feelings. The kiss was brief, but so powerful it nearly stole her senses. It was difficult to form a coherent thought, let alone breathe. Cole hardly seemed affected. Thanks for pointing that out. he said to Jerry, making the man chortle. "I aim to please." Jerry went back into the kitchen, still chuckling. Dazed, Lucy watched Cole sign his name and return his credit card to his wallet. He offered Harper one last smile. "Have a good evening." The girl's shoulders seemed to droop, but she smiled and thanked them for coming in. Cole took Lucy's hand and led her outside. The cold air burst her warm little bubble. She pulled her hand out of Cole's and searched inside her purse for her keys. Although she immensely enjoyed the kiss and wanted to do it again, Lucy decided she better not kiss Cole anymore. He scrambled her brain, giving her all kinds of crazy ideas, like staying in Montana might not be so bad with him around. "Thank you for dinner," she said, heading for her car. "I'll let you know what Pastor John says." Unlocking her door, she opened it and slid in behind the wheel. She closed the door, knowing Cole probably wondered what was wrong with her. Just as she started the car, a knock on the driver's side window made her jump. Cole stood there watching her, his face reflecting both a mixture of confusion and amusement. Lucy lowered the window, and he leaned down so they were eye level. "Are you running away from me?" Why did he have to be so direct? "Yes." He grinned. "That's the second time you've done this. I'm beginning to think you don't like me." She snorted an unladylike laugh. "Right. Don't laugh. I'm getting a complex." "If it's any consolation, it's me, not you." That earned her another perplexing look. "That's a little cliché. I'm sure you can do better than that." Yeah, she could, but she didn't dare blurt out how much she liked kissing him and admit that that was what scared her. Inadvertently, her gaze dropped to his mouth. She noticed the faint shadow of dark whiskers along his jaw, and she suddenly wanted to kiss him again. "Aren't you freezing?" she asked, hoping to distract him as much as herself. "Yes." He unexpectedly rounded the car, opened the door, and took the passenger seat. "That's better." He held out his bare hands in front of the vent, which blew mildly warm air. The scent of his cologne permeated the air, and having him so close started a slow burn inside Lucy's belly. Who needed heating systems with this man around? "What are you doing?" "Trying to get warm." He looked her way, that smile back on his face. "And trying to get a straight answer out of you about why you keep running away from me." "I don't want to talk about it." "Is it about that kiss we just shared?" His blue eyes twinkled. "Or about the ones in the airport?" "Both." "I said I don't want to talk about it." "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" She laughed. "I never said I wanted to talk about anything." Cole studied her silently, like he was really trying to figure her out. Lucy felt the intensity of his gaze and was unable to pull her eyes away. The interior of the car seemed to shrink, and the air pulsed with an electrical energy that prickled her skin with gooseflesh. As if a giant gravitational force was at work between them, she felt herself leaning toward him. Cole slanted closer until she felt his warm breath mingle with hers. She should move away, make some wisecrack, anything to stop this crazy attraction. Instead, her eyes fluttered closed as their lips connected. Slowly he moved his mouth against hers, and, like a beautifully choreographed dance, she returned the kiss. Heat infused every part of her, leaving her limbs languid. Her heart thumped wildly, and a sigh escaped as he deepened the kiss. Barely cognizant of her surroundings, Lucy was both relieved and frustrated when Cole ended the kiss and edged slightly back. "Lucy, I'm coming to pick you up tomorrow." His voice was rough with emotion, his eyes serious. She swallowed and knew it was pointless to argue. Okay. He hovered near her, and she held perfectly still. Several heartbeats passed before he finally withdrew completely and opened the door. Just before he got out, he pinned her with a heated look. I'll come by promptly at 10. Dress warm, because after we shop, you're going to show me how to cut down the perfect Christmas tree. Chapter 10. Cole pulled up to Lucy's house and couldn't help smiling. The classic 2-story farmhouse with its wraparound porch and dormer windows looked like the ideal house for Lucy to have grown up in. A green garland draped the porch railing, accented with red bows at every porch post. In each window, Cole noticed a single candlestick. The holiday decor was simple and understated, but he bet at night it looked spectacular. Climbing out of the car, he approached the house feeling more than a little nervous. What had he been thinking when he'd kissed her yesterday? The mistletoe kiss could have been on the cheek, but when given the opportunity, Cole hadn't been strong enough to resist the temptation. Then he'd gone and kissed her in the car. What an idiot. There would be no more kissing, no matter how tempting she might be. Cole pressed the doorbell and smiled when he heard the tune of Jingle Bells playing. A few minutes later, a teenage boy opened the door. "Hi," Cole said. "I'm here for Lucy." "Hey, Luce," the kid yelled. "Some guy is here for you." He motioned for Cole to come inside. "You can come in and wait for her if you want." "Thanks." Cole wiped his feet on the doormat and stepped inside the cozy house. It looked like he'd just landed in a Hallmark Christmas store. "Wow," he said, glancing around the foyer. "This is incredible." The teenager rolled his eyes. "My mom starts decorating the 1st of November. Takes her that long just to get everything out of storage and set up by December." Cole didn't doubt it. Before him lay the most amazing Christmas village he'd ever seen. Unable to resist, he crossed the floor for a closer look. Houses and stores, all decorated similar to Lucy's house, dotted the length of the table. Figurines of people, animals, and a variety of trees populated the village, making it look real. In the center was a frozen pond with villagers actually skating around in circular patterns. No wonder Lucy loved Christmas so much. What surprised Cole was how much the village reminded him of Snow Valley. Downtown, with its elaborate holiday decorations, looked very similar. How could Lucy not want to settle down here? "Believe it or not," the kid said with a laugh, "this is only one of the villages. My mom has a different one in every room." "Really?" Cole glanced around and could see another elaborate setup in the living room. "Yeah, my mom and Lucy go nuts every year." "Landon," Lucy said, coming down the elaborately decorated staircase, "are you dissing your big sister?" "No way." He gave Lucy an exaggerated hug. "You're the best sister in the world. Remember that when you're shopping today." "Suck up." Lucy mussed his hair. "I'm not going Christmas shopping for you today." "Aw, man, I hugged you for nothing." Landon laughed at the look on his sister's face. "I'm kidding. I love you, Luce. You know that." He disappeared around the corner. Cole was fascinated by the tight relationship between the two siblings, as well as the genuine display of affection they showed one another. "Now you see what I have to put up with." Smiling, she shook her head. "I hope you didn't have to wait too long. He really has been raised to have better manners than to holler up the stairs." "I wasn't here that long." Cole glanced around. "Do I get to meet any more family members?" Lucy's lips twitched. "My dad is at work. Logan, my other brother, is at school taking a makeup test. And my mom is out running errands." It was probably good her mom was out. If what Lucy said was true, then Cole didn't want to have her mother start trying to match the two of them together. He had to admit, though, that part of him wondered if he would usurp Lance's place if given the chance. "Okay," he said. "You ready to go?" "Yes, I just need to put my boots on and get my coat." Cole followed her with his eyes. Lucy looked cute, wearing dark wash skinny jeans paired with a red long-sleeved tee with the words, "I believe," stretched across her chest in silvery letters. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, revealing the soft curve of her cheek and full lips. Heat shot through his veins as he remembered tasting her sweet mouth. Just then she looked up and caught him checking her out. "What?" she said, putting on a pair of comfortable-looking black boots. "Nothing." She narrowed her gaze, and Cole tried not to smile. He pointed to her shoes. "Those won't keep your feet dry when we're cutting down our tree." "That's why I'm bringing my snow boots." She slipped on her coat and then grabbed a tote bag with her winter gear inside. "What about you? Those boots won't cut it either." Cole glanced down at his leather ankle boot. "Brilliant minds must think alike. My snow boots are in the Land Rover." "Are you brilliant enough to remember a hat and gloves?" "I might not cut down my own Christmas tree, but I've lived in colder weather than Montana." "Really? Where'd you go to med school?" She walked toward the door. Cole stepped in front of her and placed his hand on the doorknob. "VCU in Richmond, Virginia. But my residency was at the Mayo." He opened the door. "And you don't know what cold is until you spend a winter in Minnesota," he said, following her outside. "I'll bet you liked going home to California for Christmas." She was wrong. California was warm, but being with his parents had felt just as cold as a January day in Rochester. Like I said before, Christmas with my parents wasn't anything to look forward to. "So you won't see your parents for Christmas this year?" He chuckled dryly. "My mother left a voicemail the other day telling me she and Dad would be spending Christmas and New Year's in the south of France with some of their friends. I wasn't invited." He glanced over at her. "But at least I'll be here with Uncle Will." Reaching his SUV, she stopped next to the passenger door and turned around to face him. Her blue eyes studied him, compassion evident in their depths. "It's too bad you couldn't have come to your uncle's for Christmas when you were younger." Although he'd wanted to visit his uncle during the holidays many times, his parents had never allowed it. Once he was in college, he'd been unable to get away. School didn't come easy to Cole, and he'd had to spend every hour studying. "Yeah, maybe if I had, I might not be such a Grinch." He smiled, hoping to lighten the somber mood. It worked. Lucy's lips curved up. "When I'm finished with you, you'll be like Buddy the Elf, spreading Christmas cheer for all to hear." He shook his head and laughed. "I wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about if Uncle Will and Beverly hadn't made me watch that movie last night." "Cole, please don't tell me you've never watched any Christmas shows." "All right, I won't tell you." He opened the car door for her. She groaned and climbed into the passenger seat. "I guess we better add a movie night to our agenda." "If you insist," he said, suddenly liking the idea of snuggling up with her in a darkened room. "Just name the night and I'll be there." The trip to Dove's was quick, with Lucy reciting a long list of her favorite Christmas shows so he could make an informed choice. Once inside the crowded store, they found a sturdy-looking tree stand and added it to the cart. Then they picked out colored lights for the tree, white lights for the outside of the house, and a variety of Christmas ornaments as well as a star for the top of the tree. Cole insisted on paying for the whole thing, even though Lucy wasn't happy about it. But when he told her his Uncle Will had contributed $1,000 to help the little family, she finally relented. She didn't need to know that money was going directly to Allie Parker. As they drove to the tree farm, Lucy told him about her visit with Pastor John. "Nobody seems to know anything about the Parkers. Pastor John and his wife plan to go over there this evening to introduce themselves and to welcome Allie and her children to Snow Valley. He said he'd assess the situation and get back with me tomorrow." "Sounds good. What about your mom? Is she on board with getting the kids' wish list for Christmas?" "Yeah. She and Lance's mom are going over there before 5. They're going to bring her dinner as well as a welcome basket." Cole tamped down the slight irritation he felt at hearing Lance's name. It was irrational since he knew Lucy didn't return the guy's feelings, but it bothered him knowing how close the two families were. Maybe he should meet Lucy's mother. She couldn't be that bad. Heck, he knew his own mother would never take dinner to a new neighbor, especially someone who didn't come close to her social status. That's really nice of your mom. I'm looking forward to meeting her. Lucy didn't say anything, and Cole glanced over to find her watching him. What? He asked, returning his attention to the road. After all the warnings I've given you about my mother, why do you still want to meet her? She had a point. Why was it every time he got around this girl, all his convictions about avoiding relationships disappeared? While he thought of a good answer, he turned on his blinker and prepared to turn into the tree farm. He took a quick look and found her still studying him, waiting for his response. Well, I am going to be her new doctor. She shrugged. That's true. Cole decided to leave it at that. Turning back, he saw the road was clear and made a left turn onto a winding street that led them to Bennett's Tree Farm. Several vehicles sat in the snow-plowed parking area. He parked alongside a Suburban, which was the only car there without the Bennett logo on it. Cole left the SUV running while they changed into their winter gear. Once they were bundled up, he cut the engine and exited the car. Lucy climbed out of the car before he could get the door. She looked cute with a blue beanie that brought out the color of her eyes. A lumberjack-looking guy came out of the little office. "Howdy, folks. You all here for a Christmas tree?" "We sure are," Lucy said with enthusiasm. "You ever done this before?" he asked, looking directly at Cole. "No, but I'm with an expert." The guy eyed both Cole and Lucy skeptically. "I'll go over the basics." He walked over to a pegboard with several cross-cut saws hanging on it and removed a newer-looking one. "By the way, did you all want to rent a four-wheeler, or are you planning on hoofing it?" "We can walk," Lucy said. "Are you sure?" Cole asked, spotting the row of recreational vehicles. "I think it would be fun to drive one of those. Plus, it would save us time." Lucy pursed her lips and glanced toward the quads. "It's not really necessary, is it?" she said, her gaze swinging back to Cole. "Oh, come on," lumberjack guy said. "Let your husband have some fun." Lucy's eyes widened. Before she could correct the guy, Cole put his arm around her shoulders. "Yeah, honey, listen to the man." He gave her shoulders a little squeeze. "Let's take the quad." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly like she was trying not to smile. "Whatever you say, dear," Lucy said sweetly, "but I get a turn driving." The man snorted a laugh. "You two can work out who goes first." He quickly explained the proper and safe way to cut a tree down, and then had Cole fill out some paperwork for the four-wheeler rental. "You ever drive one of these before?" the man asked, handing Cole a key. "Yeah, I lived in Minnesota for a few years, and when the streets weren't passable, I'd take my quad to work." "Good enough." He tipped his head toward Lucy. "I assume your wife also has experience?" "Yes," Lucy said. She looked up at Cole and patted him on the chest. "But if I have any questions, I've got this big guy to help me out." Cole laughed, but his gut tightened with a mixture of emotions. Although he and Lucy were having fun pulling off the married charade, the idea of being her husband actually appealed to him. "Okay." The man opened one of the side boxes on the quad and secured the saw as well as some twine. "Just drag the tree back here, and me or my son will put it on the shaker to get off all the snow and any other critters that might have taken up residence." "Like squirrels?" Cole asked, thinking that might be a harsh evacuation. Both Lucy and the man laughed so hard Cole felt his face flush with embarrassment. It wasn't that funny. Finally, Lucy composed herself enough to answer. "The machine gets rid of dead needles or any bugs or spiders living on the tree." "Too bad we can't shake it before we cut it down. I hate spiders," Cole said as he climbed onto the seat of the rented ATV. "Don't worry about it. I've never once seen a spider in any of our trees," Lucy grinned. "And spiders don't bother me, so if you see one, I'll take care of it for you." Still smiling, she took her seat behind him. Cole started the engine and looked at her over his shoulder. "Ready?" She nodded her head. "Don't go too fast, okay?" He felt a twinge of disappointment. Going fast was fun, plus it meant Lucy would hold on to him tightly. "I won't." He started out and followed the path made from the other four-wheelers. Lucy's hands gripped the side of the ATV, but when they hit a small bump, her arms wrapped around Cole's middle. Lucky for him, the trail was bumpy most of the way, so Lucy's arms stayed securely around him. After driving for about 5 minutes, they came to an area where Cole could see several fresh tree cuts. Lucy pressed close and spoke in his ear. "This looks like a good place to stop." Bringing the machine to a stop, Cole cut the engine and waited for Lucy to climb off first. He stood up, pocketed the key, and jumped down. Right away he noticed without her warm body next to his, the air seemed a little nippy. He glanced around at the trees and spotted a beautiful tree. "What about this one?" he said, walking over to the large tree. Lucy came up beside him. "It's beautiful, all right, but we can't choose the first tree we find." He laughed. "Why not?" She started walking toward another cluster of trees. "Because it will ruin the experience. We need to each find one and then argue their good points." "I take it you and your brothers get into a healthy debate about which tree is better?" he said, moving in her direction. "Sure, it's all part of the experience." Cole chuckled and followed her around as she inspected several pines before choosing a tree that looked similar to his, but in his opinion not nearly as full. "Now here is a beautiful tree," Lucy said, circling around it. "Look how perfect and straight the top is. The other one kind of looked like it was leaning a little." "It did not." Cole slowly walked around the tree until he stopped where Lucy stood. "And I say this tree is too skinny." "This tree is not skinny," she protested. "It's perfect." Cole shook his head as he made one more pass around the tree. "No, my tree is much fuller. We can get some of the twine to measure both of them if you want me to prove my point." Suddenly, something cold and wet smacked Cole in the neck. He whipped around and narrowed his eyes at Lucy. "Did you just throw a snowball at me?" "Maybe," she said, barely holding back a laugh. "Let me guess," Cole said, wiping away the snow from his neck with his glove. "A snowball fight is all part of the experience, too." She grinned and lifted one shoulder up. "One does what one has to do in order to be the winner." "Good to know." Cole bent down and scooped up a handful of snow. "Cole Taggart," Lucy said, hiding behind her skinny tree. "Don't you dare throw that at me." "One does what one has to do in order to be the winner," he teased, forming the snow into a compact ball. He took a step forward and Lucy squealed. "I was kidding. We never have a snowball fight." "You can't keep changing the rules, Lucy." Cole took another deliberate step toward her. "I'm warning you, Cole, don't come any closer." Closing in on her, Cole debated about where to aim the snowball. He'd either miss on purpose or go for her legs. He didn't even get the chance to choose either option. The next thing he knew, Lucy pulled back on the tree and let it go, showering him with snow, most of which hit him in the face. Lucy giggled as Cole gasped from the shock. He hadn't seen that one coming. "I can't believe you just did that." Cole dropped the snowball and used the back of his glove to wipe away the snow. "I told you not to come any closer." She was still laughing when Cole lunged for her, grabbing her around the waist. Her laughter turned into shouts of protest. "Let go of me!" She squirmed and managed to get away. Cole took off after her. He wasn't sure what he was going to do with her once he caught her, but he was going to catch her. The deep snow impeded her getaway, and Cole's legs were longer. He caught her within a few seconds, but the momentum of their chase pulled them both down into the snow. Lucy ended up under him, and Cole shifted his weight so he didn't crush her. "Now," he said, his breath a little ragged from the impromptu game of tag, "let's talk about which tree is better." Lucy's face was only inches from his, and he felt her warm breath against his skin as she continued to giggle while at the same time accuse him of cheating. "How did I cheat?" "You're taller than me. It wasn't a fair race." He laughed. "Do you always change the rules to fit your needs?" "My daddy calls it smart thinking." Cole was about to make a witty comeback when their gazes met and locked. She stilled beneath him, and he watched the color of her eyes deepen. His pulse surged, heat racing through him like a match to a dried-out Christmas tree. "I told myself I wasn't going to kiss you again," he murmured. "And what are you telling yourself now?" Her voice came out soft and breathy. "That rules can always be altered." With that, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. He didn't rush the kiss, but took his time, enjoying the incredible sensations she evoked in him. The cold world around them disappeared, leaving them in a cocoon of warmth and sunshine. Lucy returned the kiss, her arms coming around his back, pulling him closer. Cole deepened the kiss, exploring her sweet mouth, tasting the candy cane lip gloss she'd put on earlier. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he heard the sound of giggling. He and Lucy broke apart, and Cole looked up to find two teenage girls watching them from a few feet away. "Are they hurt?" a deep voice asked. One of the girls turned around and shook her head. "No, Dad, no one's hurt." This elicited more giggles from the two teenagers. Aside from the fact they had an audience, it suddenly became apparent he and Lucy were lying in cold, wet snow. Cole jumped up and held out his hand to help Lucy stand. "What's our cover story?" Lucy whispered to Cole as she brushed snow from her pants. "I don't know, you're better at this than me." A slightly overweight man came into view, dragging a tree behind him. His face was red, like he'd been running. Clearly, he thought Lucy and Cole had been injured, most likely thrown from the ATV. "You folks okay?" "Yes," Lucy said with a laugh. "Sorry if we scared you. My husband is afraid of spiders, and when he saw one in the tree we'd picked out, he screamed like a little girl and took off running and tripped in the snow." That was her cover story? Cole shot her a disbelieving look, but kept his mouth clamped shut. He had absolutely no defense for that. The girls snickered, while their father eyed Cole suspiciously. He either didn't believe Cole was the type of man who screamed like a little girl when confronted by a spider, or he couldn't believe Cole called himself a man and screamed like a little girl when confronted by a spider. "Do you need me to cut the tree down for you?" the man asked. Awesome. He didn't think Cole was man enough. "Oh, no thank you," Lucy said, slipping her arm through Cole's. "Facing his fears is all part of his therapy." Cole really hoped he didn't end up being this family's doctor. Hopefully they weren't even from Snow Valley. "Well, all right, you have a nice day." The man pulled on the tree. "Come on, girls, let's get this tree home to your mother." "Merry Christmas," Lucy hollered cheerfully as the family left them alone. Once they were out of sight, Cole looked down at Lucy. "I scream like a little girl?" "Actually, I have no idea." Do you? You can be quite annoying, you know. She laughed. Next time you come up with the story, then. Oh, I will, trust me. Cole watched her tread back to the tree she'd found. Let's get this cut down, I'm freezing. He rolled his eyes, not bothering to argue. Luckily, he didn't meet any spiders or any other critters as he chopped down the tree. After securing it to the back of the ATV, he held out the keys. Still want to drive? Grinning, she snatched the keys from him and took the driver's seat. Cole climbed up behind her and straddled the seat. Lucy started the engine and drove slowly back along the path they'd come. After about 2 minutes, without increasing her speed, Cole settled his hands on her waist and leaned in close. You can go a little faster. I don't want to lose the tree. At the rate you're going, the tree will be dead from boredom. She smiled and increased the pace, but not by much. Cole didn't say anything else. For one, he was enjoying the close proximity way too much to keep bugging her about going faster. 2, he needed the added time to figure out his next strategy with her. An unexpected kiss from this girl had turned his life upside down. Although he hadn't counted on meeting someone like Lucy, he knew he couldn't just let her go. One thing he'd learned today: rules, especially self-imposed rules, were meant to be broken. Chapter 11. Lucy ended the call with her mother and grinned at Cole. Mom spotted Allie and her kids at the winter carnival. Pastor John and his wife just invited them to go on a sleigh ride. That won't be for another hour, so in the meantime, Allie and her kids are going on some of the rides. So we have about 2 hours? Cole asked, glancing at the clock on the dashboard. Maybe longer, but just in case their plans change, Mom said she'll call me if they leave earlier. Cole studied Lucy for a few seconds. Does your mom think you're doing this all on your own? No, but I told her everything was a secret for now. Her mother had drilled her for over an hour to give up her anonymous Secret Santa partner. Lucy had prevailed, but she knew it couldn't last much longer. It looked like Cole wanted to say more, so Lucy picked up her phone and scooted close to him. It's tradition to get a picture of the Secret Santa team before we go to work. She held out the phone and waited until she and Cole were centered on the screen. Smile, she said before snapping the picture. She tapped on the photo to make sure neither of them were closing their eyes, and felt her breath catch. They looked good together. So good that it made her want to do something crazy, like tell him she might possibly be falling in love with him. Will you send me a copy of that? Cole asked, his warm breath tickling her ear. She shivered and had the strongest urge to turn her head and press her mouth against his. Before she gave in to the impulse, she scurried back over to her seat and flashed him a smile. I'll do it right now. She busied herself with the task, but could feel Cole watching her intently. She was relieved when Cole didn't say anything more. He put the car into gear and drove to the old carpenter house. With the engine idling, Cole turned off his headlights. Aside from the porch light, the house was dark. But she and Cole would have plenty of light to work by. The full moon shone on the pristine snow, making it brighter. I sure hope the gutter can withstand the weight of the lights, Cole said, putting on a dark beanie. I know. Lucy put on her own hat and gloves. By the way, did we bring a ladder? Nope, Cole said, glancing over at her with a frown. I knew we forgot something. My parents aren't home, but I think my dad has a tall enough ladder, Lucy said. Do you want me to call him? No, I'm pretty sure Uncle Will has one. But we'd waste 30 minutes going to get it. He pulled out his phone. Let me call him. If I can catch him before he and Beverly leave for the carnival, then he could bring one by. While Cole called his uncle, Lucy studied the carpenter house. At one time, the small Victorian-styled house must have been beautiful. The gabled roof and wraparound porch were missing most of the gingerbread trimming. The white paint, now mostly peeled away, had faded to a dingy gray color. From what her mother said when she'd visited Allie and her children, the interior was in pretty rough shape, but had been clean. Uncle Will isn't answering his phone. Cole turned toward Lucy. Do you know anyone close by we could borrow one from? Yeah, Lance's house is just up the road about a half-mile. Cole's gaze narrowed a fraction. Besides him? If Lucy didn't know better, she'd think Cole was jealous. She smiled. Sorry. Other than going back into town, the Christensens are the only option. Not waiting for permission, Lucy took off her gloves and pulled her phone out of her jacket pocket. Before she got a chance to make the call, a pair of bright headlights lit up the inside of the SUV as a big truck pulled up alongside them. Recognizing the truck and its driver, Lucy slipped her phone back in her pocket. Wow, speak of the devil, there's Lance now. Cole lowered his window at the same time Lance did. Lucy watched Lance's lips flatten. You having car problems or what? No, but we were just about to call you, Cole said. One of Lance's eyebrows rose up. Oh? What about? Lucy leaned across the seat. Hey, Lance, we need to borrow a ladder. For what? We're going to put Christmas lights up on the Carpenter house. Lance looked at the house and squinted. Seriously? He brought his gaze back to them. Why? Lucy rolled her eyes. Because Christmas is in 5 days. When he still looked skeptical, Lucy told him the whole story. One thing about Lance was he had a big heart. He looked crushed when he heard what TJ had said about Santa not coming to their house. I'll go get the ladder on one condition. If his condition involved a date, Lucy was going to be sorely angry, not to mention disappointed. What would that be? Cole asked, sounding as irritated as Lucy felt. That you let me help. No kid should have to wake up Christmas morning without a tree or gifts around it. Lucy felt tears sting her eyes. You've got a deal. Thank you, Lance. Lance nodded his head. Do you need anything else, like extension cords? Both Cole and Lucy looked at each other. They had totally forgotten to get power cords. Cole glanced back at Lance. We didn't bring any, so if you could get those, that'd be great. Okay, be right back. Lance made a U-turn and headed back down the road. I didn't see that coming, Cole said, turning toward Lucy. I thought for sure he would only let us borrow the ladder if you went to that Christmas ball with him. That's what I was thinking, too. Lucy couldn't look Cole in the eyes as guilt pressed heavy on her chest. It appeared that Lance had finally accepted Lucy was no longer an option for him, but only because he thought Cole was her boyfriend. However, Lance did seem different from the last time Lucy had come home for a visit. She knew since his father's stroke this past spring he'd had to take over running the ranch. You going to be okay with him working with us? Cole asked. Yeah, Lance is a good guy. I think you're right. Lucy's gaze shifted to meet Cole's blue eyes. So are you, Dr. Taggart. A slow smile slipped across his handsome face. So does that mean you'll go to the Christmas ball with me then? Surprised by the invitation, Lucy felt her mouth go dry. An evening dancing with Cole was very tempting. Really, she should tell him no. Going with him would only make things harder when she had to leave. I don't know. Going to a dance together in Snow Valley would be like making an announcement. And my mother will be there. The skin around his eyes crinkled. I've told you before, your mother doesn't scare me. But if it'll make you feel better, we can go separately. You just have to promise to dance with me. Cole's blue eyes held her captive, and all of Lucy's rational thoughts vanished. Okay. I promise to dance with you," she whispered. The air crackled with awareness between them, and Lucy was unable to stop herself from leaning toward him. Cole's eyes darkened as he met her halfway and pressed his mouth against hers. Overwhelming sensations flooded her body as he skillfully kissed her thoroughly and deeply. Too soon, Cole ended the kiss. His breath a little ragged, he kept his eyes locked with hers. "I plan on kissing you again, Lucy, but not when Lance is around. He is a good guy, and I don't want to hurt him any more than he already is." Lucy nodded in agreement, trying to fight the emotions rushing through her, but realized it was futile. She was falling in love with Cole Taggart. She just had no idea what to do about it. Cole knew if he didn't do something else, he might voice what his heart already knew. He was in love with Lucy. There was no use denying it any longer. Truthfully, he'd probably been in love with her ever since she'd thrown her arms around his neck at the airport and begged him to kiss her. Fighting the urge to kiss her again, he cut the engine and opened his door. "Let's go ahead and open up the lights so they'll be ready to go." He climbed out of the car and rounded the front of the vehicle to open Lucy's door. "When Lance gets back, he can help me get the tree off of the roof. While he and I put the lights on the house, you can put the lights on the tree for Allie. That way she and the kids can plug it in and decorate it when they get home." Lucy exited the SUV and put on her gloves. "Sounds like a plan." Lance pulled in a few minutes later and hopped out of his truck. "I brought 2 ladders to make it go faster. We don't want Miss Parker and her kids returning before we're all done." "Good thinking," Cole said as he helped remove the 12-foot ladders from the back of the truck. He told Lance about the plan for Lucy to string the lights on the tree while they did the house. The 2 men worked together and quickly had the fresh tree in the stand. "Nice tree," Lance said. Lucy beamed. "Thank you." She started unwinding the lights. Lance secured the first ladder next to the porch roofline, while Cole placed the other one a few feet down. "I've never put up lights before," he confessed. "It's easy," Lance said, climbing the ladder, "especially using these light clips." He demonstrated what to do with the clips, and Cole mirrored the procedure. The work went fast, and soon he and Lance were stringing the lights across the gutter. Cole and Lance were on the last set of lights when Lucy announced she was done with the tree. "I'm going to plug it in to make sure it looks okay," Lucy said from below. Cole watched her search for an electric outlet. When she couldn't locate one, Lance suggested she look on the side of the house near the power meter. Using the flashlight app on her phone, she moved out of Cole's line of sight. "Did you find it, Luce?" Lance hollered a minute later. "I think so. I just need to—" Her words were cut off abruptly when she yelped out in pain. Cole was down the ladder and around the house before she could make another sound. He heard Lucy whimpering like she was trying not to cry. "What happened?" Cole asked, fumbling for the flashlight in his pocket. "I took my glove off so I could get to the outlet and cut my finger on something sharp." She sucked in a breath. "Ooh, it's really bleeding." Turning the flashlight on, Cole shone the beam toward Lucy. Immediately, he could see bright red blood staining the gray glove she'd wrapped around her injured appendage. "Is she okay?" Lance asked, coming in behind Cole. "Oh man, that doesn't look good," he said when he spotted the blood. Cole handed the light to Lance. "Hold this so I can assess her wound." "Sure," he said, taking the light. "Lucy, let me take a look," Cole said. She held out her hand, still gripping the glove around her index finger. "I don't want you to get blood on your coat." "I'll be careful." Cole gently took her hand. "Lance, bring that light a little closer, please," he said, removing the glove. He winced when he saw the deep slice that ran the length of her finger from above her first knuckle to the base of her finger. Right away, he knew the wound needed stitches. "What did you cut it on?" Cole asked, wrapping the glove back around the finger. A piece of sheet metal is partially blocking the outlet. I took off my glove so I could slide the plug in easier, but it was a tighter fit than I thought. I need to get you to my office, Cole said. Your office? Lance questioned. You should take her to the ER. She might need stitches. I do? Lucy said, her eyes wide. Cole pinned an annoyed look on Lance. I won't know that for sure until we get the bleeding stopped. Cole put his arm around her shoulders and led her toward his vehicle. Once we get to the office, I'll examine it again. No offense, dude, Lance said, following close behind. But she needs a doctor, not some overprotective boyfriend. Lance, Lucy said calmly, Cole is a doctor. Chapter 12. Lucy watched the surprise cross Lance's face as he strode purposefully next to Cole. You're a doctor? Yes, Cole answered, producing his keys and unlocking his car. And you have an office in Snow Valley? Lance asked. Yes. They reached the Land Rover and Cole opened the passenger door for Lucy. She took her seat, knowing that with any more questions about Cole's recent arrival in town, Lance would do the math and know things didn't add up. Her phone started playing the song Mother Knows Best from the movie Tangled. That's my mom, she said, grateful for the distraction. I need to answer my phone. Here, let me do that, Cole said, gently taking a hold of the glove wrapped around her injured finger. You answer your phone. Lucy dug her cell out of her coat pocket. Hey, Mom, she said breathlessly. What's up? Allie and her kids are leaving and heading for home. Her little girl Haley got sick on the Tilt-A-Whirl and is crying to go home. Pastor John and his wife are walking them out to their car now. Are you and the mystery partner done? Almost. I better go so we can finish up before they get home. Laying the phone on her thigh, she pressed the button to end the call. Allie and the kids are on their way. She glanced up at Lance. Do you think you can finish up? The Christmas gift bags under the tree have the ornaments in them, along with the Christmas CD. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything and be gone before they get home. Thank you, Lance. Lucy took over holding the glove as Cole moved away and closed the car door. Lance and Cole stood by her window talking, but she couldn't hear anything. Lance's face looked tense. He glanced at Lucy with guarded eyes as Cole rounded the front of the SUV and climbed in behind the wheel. Lance backed away from the car as Cole started the engine. Without looking at Lucy again, he turned and walked back to finish stringing the lights. Lucy felt sick inside. Lance had to know something was up. You doing okay? Cole asked as he accelerated down the country road toward town. What did you and Lance talk about? She questioned instead of answering. He wanted to know where my office is. Oh. Lucy closed her eyes and rested her head against the seat back. That wasn't bad. Maybe he didn't suspect anything after all. He also asked when you and I started seeing each other. Lucy's eyes flew open. What did you tell him? She didn't want Cole to lie, but she certainly didn't want Lance to know Lucy had kissed a complete stranger. I told him we haven't been dating long. Cole glanced over at her. I could tell he wanted to ask more questions. My guess is as soon as he's done here, he'll swing by the office to check on you. Yeah, that and to probe deeper into her and Cole's dating history. No doubt by the end of the evening, Lance would know the whole story. Feeling a little lightheaded, Lucy leaned back and closed her eyes. She'd made everything so complicated. When she'd asked Cole to kiss her, she never expected to see him again. She certainly never planned on falling in love with him. Thankfully, Cole didn't try to talk with her the rest of the drive into town. By the time they arrived at his office, her finger was hurting so much she wanted to cry. The office was cold, and Cole bumped up the thermostat before leading her back to the first exam room. Lucy sat on the edge of the exam table while Cole took off his jacket. Let's see if the bleeding has subsided, he said, taking her hand and carefully removing the glove. The cut still oozed, but wasn't bleeding like before. Does it need stitches? Cole's fingers were warm as he gently probed the injury. I'm afraid so. The laceration is deep, and every time you move your finger, you'll risk opening it up before it can properly heal. He turned around and rummaged through the cupboard, pulling out a box of sterile bandages. Opening one of the packages, he gave it to Lucy to wrap around the wound. Have you had a tetanus booster in the last 5 to 10 years? Lucy had no idea the last time she'd had a shot. I've lived in California for 3 years now, and I know I haven't gotten one there. She shrugged. Would it be in my chart? Cole's brows furrowed. Maybe, but it may take a while to find. If I had everything digitized, I could just pull it up on the computer. You're planning on going to electronic records? Lucy asked. As soon as I can find someone to do it. Hard charts take up too much valuable time. Good luck finding someone. You might want to try contacting the university. They may have interns looking for work. During college, Lucy had interned one summer digitizing patients' records for an eye doctor. Although the pay had been fairly decent, it had been the most boring and tedious work she'd ever done. That's a great idea. He crossed the room and opened the door. I'm going to get all the supplies together and grab your chart. Be back in just a couple of minutes. Once he was gone, Lucy took a peek at her finger. Ouch! No wonder it hurt. The stitches were going to hurt even worse. She tried not to feel too sorry for herself. The injury could have been a lot worse, but it would seriously put a damper on her plans to build a snowman with her brothers. Maybe she'd make Cole come and build the snowman. Given his background, she doubted he'd ever made one before. Putting the gauze back in place, Lucy closed her eyes and tried not to think about Lance or Cole. Instead, she concentrated on her job and the possibility of the promotion. She'd basically had no social life since moving to California. Other than attending church, her focus had been solely on her career. All her hard work would be worth the sacrifice if she got the promotion, which would afford her the opportunity to travel and possibly live overseas. That was what she wanted, right? Images of the past few days she'd spent with Cole flashed through her mind, and suddenly getting the promotion didn't seem as important. Her eyes flew open and she moaned just as Cole returned with his equipment and her chart. Sorry, it took a little more time to look through your records, but the last time you received a tetanus booster was just before you turned 13. He placed a rectangular object about the size of a laptop computer on a metal table. It was wrapped in blue paper with a seal of tape, keeping it closed. So after we finish with your finger, I'll go ahead and give you a Tdap booster. Lucy was grateful he thought her discomfort was due to her finger, and not the realization that her job might not be the most important thing. All right. He broke the seal and pulled at the corner of the blue cloth. The antibiotic you're taking for the strep infection should cover you, and help prevent the wound from getting infected, he said, continuing to peel back the other corners to reveal a sterile tray with all kinds of sharp-looking instruments on it. Turning around, he removed a brown bottle from the cupboard and a small vial of medication, as well as a couple of syringes. He poured a dark liquid from the brown bottle into a tiny metal cup on the sterile tray. You know, he said as he continued to make preparations, I don't know what it is you do in California. Tell me about your job. Guessing he was trying to distract her, Lucy told him the name of the prestigious internet-related company she worked for. Wow, Cole said, donning a pair of blue latex gloves. I've heard the employees there are all pretty happy. It is a great company. I love my job. Lucy watched him take one of the syringes to draw up the medication in the small vial. Is that the Tdap? No, this is lidocaine. It'll numb your finger so you won't feel any pain. He moved over to her and removed the gauze pad. The medication stings, but it won't last for long. Cole carefully held her finger and inserted the tiny needle. Lucy flinched, but didn't pull her hand away. The medication burned. She sucked in a breath and felt her eyes start to water. "So you're a computer whiz," Cole said as he moved the needle to another area of her finger. "Any recommendations on who to look for to help convert my patient records to electronic ones?" Lucy swallowed back a cry as he injected more of the lidocaine. "I can give you the name of one of my professors at UM. He'd probably be able to hook you up with the right person." "I'd appreciate that." Cole moved to another part of her finger. "I'm almost done, Lucy. You're doing great." Knowing what was coming, Lucy clamped her lips together tightly as Cole pricked her skin and injected the last of the stinging medication. "I'm also looking for someone to create a website for my practice. I'd like my patients to have the ability to email me for medication refills, look at their lab results, and schedule appointments." He withdrew the needle. "All done. We'll just give it a few minutes to make sure your finger is completely numb." "Ouch," she said. "That hurt." Compassion filled Cole's dark blue eyes. "I know. Believe it or not, that is the worst part." He deposited the syringe in a red sharps container and removed the blue gloves. "I'll write a prescription for some pain medication as soon as we're done." He looked around the room. "That is as soon as I can find a prescription pad." 2 lines dented his forehead. "Having everything on the computer is going to make things so much simpler. The ability to print prescriptions is another added bonus to bringing my practice into the digital world." Now that her finger was numbing up, Lucy was able to think about the changes Cole wanted for his medical practice. She had to admit that part of her was intrigued with the idea of equipping his office with the necessary computers as well as the right software. "That's a big project. I'm sure my professor will be able to give you names of competent IT people qualified to make the transition." "Thank you," Cole smiled. "By the way, in case you ever have a desire to move back to Montana, I'd hire you in a second to do the job." The tone of his voice was light, but his eyes held a measure of sincerity as if silently asking her to stay. "That's good to know." Again, Lucy thought about the time she'd spent with Cole and was tempted to take the offer. Still, the idea of doing exactly what her mother had wanted her to do in the first place made her feel trapped. "But I don't think I'll be moving back home for a long time, if ever." The smile on Cole's face remained frozen in place, but Lucy could read the disappointment in his eyes. He nodded once and then turned toward the counter, opening a rectangular package containing sterile gloves. "Your finger should be numb by now," he said, putting the gloves in a meticulous manner so he didn't contaminate them. Then he moved toward the tray and picked up a green cloth the size of a hand towel. "This will keep everything sterile." He spread the cloth out on the bedside table and instructed Lucy to put her hand there. Cole kept his eyes focused on his task, explaining each step in a professional manner. Not one to be squeamish, Lucy watched in fascination as he sewed the gaping wound closed with precise stitches. "You're very good at this." He tied off the last stitch and looked up at her with a soft smile. "I excelled in my 9th grade home economics class." "Ah, that explains why I wouldn't make a good doctor. I nearly failed home ec." "How does someone fail that class?" he asked, using an alcohol wipe to clean up the orange betadine staining her finger. "For some reason, I can hack into a computer, but I can't read a simple pattern or follow a recipe." Lucy hadn't really failed. She'd just hated sewing and cooking, especially since her mother expected her to love it like she did. Lila Phillips was the best homemaker and wife, and she wanted her only daughter to follow in her footsteps. She never could understand how Lucy loved playing volleyball and softball instead of taking ballet, or that Lucy preferred writing code over cooking. Cole chuckled as he bandaged her finger. I'm definitely not a tech genius. I guess we all have our talents. He was close, and Lucy could smell his tangy cologne. She tried very hard not to think about Cole's obvious kissing talents. All done, he said, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Thank you. Lucy remembered Cole's promise to kiss her again when Lance wasn't around, and she thought now would be a good time. Unfortunately, Cole's phone buzzed in his pocket. He stepped back and answered the call. This is Dr. Taggart. He started cleaning up his equipment, his eyebrows drawn together as he listened to his caller. All right, I'll be there as soon as I can. He ended the call and glanced over at Lucy. The on-call doctor for the ER tonight just ended up as a patient with an emergency appendectomy. They need someone to cover the rest of the night. That was one thing Cole needed to get used to about living in a smaller town. The hospital contracted ER doctors during the day, but after hours, weekends, and holidays, the doctors in Snow Valley took turns covering the ER. How long is that? Lucy asked, climbing down from the table. The shift ends at 6 a.m. I'm sorry, that's got to be rough. If it isn't too busy, I can catch a nap in one of the sleep rooms. He folded the blue cloth over the tray and put it in the sink. If not, tomorrow is Sunday, so I can sleep then. Lucy picked up her coat and knew she couldn't slip it over her injured finger. I guess wearing my coat isn't an option, Lucy said as Cole turned around. He walked across the room and picked up his jacket. Wear mine. The sleeve is bigger and will fit over your hand. Then what will you wear? Mine? He grinned. I've got another coat in my office. He held out the jacket, and she carefully slipped her injured hand inside the sleeve. Cole helped her put on the other side and then stood in front of her and rolled up the cuffs for her. The scent of his cologne enveloped her, and she had to force herself not to bury her nose in the material. Keep that hand elevated. He took her coat and held the door open. I just need to get my coat out of my office and write you a prescription for pain medicine. You aren't allergic to anything, right? Not that I know of. She followed him into the office, which still had all of Doc Taggart's things in it. Cole unlocked the top drawer and pulled out a prescription pad. After finding a pen, he filled out the paper and then tore it off and handed it to her. We can swing by the pharmacy to get this filled before I take you home. Lucy slipped the paper into one of Cole's pockets. My mom or dad will get it filled for me. You probably need to get to the hospital. Her phone chimed an incoming text. Can you get my phone for me? Lucy asked Cole since he held her coat. He put his hand inside her pocket and pulled out her phone. Need help opening the message? He asked. I got it. She swiped the screen with her ring finger and read the message from Lance. I stayed out of sight so I could watch the Parkers, and I've never seen kids so excited about a Christmas tree and lights on a house. Thanks for letting me help out. BTW, how is your finger? It occurred to Lucy that text messaging would be a little harder. She'd have to use her voice-to-text option, but not with Cole standing there. She handed him the phone. It's from Lance. He said the Parkers were pretty excited about the lights. Cole read the message and smiled. Do you want me to text him back for you? If you don't mind. Just tell him I got a few stitches and thank him again for his help. He typed the message quickly, and a few seconds later he read Lance's reply out loud. Sorry about the stitches. I'll call you later. I think we need to talk. Lucy felt her cheeks heat up as Cole looked up, his brow wrinkled. Any reply? This was so stupid. She owed Lance an explanation, but didn't know what to tell Cole to say. Maybe tell him to call tomorrow. Once I take the pain meds, I won't be coherent. Cole studied her for a few seconds, then dipped his chin and typed in the message. Lance sent a simple okay, just as Cole handed her the phone. After locking up the doctor office, he escorted Lucy to the passenger side and helped her in. Using her left hand, she clicked on her seatbelt as Cole walked around to the driver's side. "I'll call you as soon as I wake up tomorrow." "Okay, we can talk about our next plan. Mom has the list of things the kids want for Christmas. Her quilting group wants to help out, too." The ride to her house didn't take long. Her parents should be coming home from the carnival at any time. They didn't like to stay out in the cold too long. Cole walked her to the door and helped her unlock it. Lucy reached inside and flipped on the Christmas lights. "Thank you, Cole, for everything." "You're welcome. I'm sorry you got hurt, though." "I heal quickly," Lucy said. Hoping that was true. She had to be back to work before the new year. Cole stood there for a minute, and Lucy wondered if he would kiss her goodbye. "Text me if the pain medicine doesn't help, and be sure and watch out for signs of infection." "Yes, Dr. Taggart," she teased. He smiled and took a step backward. Lucy swallowed her disappointment. "Have a good shift." "Thanks." He hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "Good night, Lucy." She watched him walk down the steps and climb inside his SUV. She lifted a hand and waved as he backed out of the driveway. Lucy felt like crying as his taillights disappeared. She sniffed and caught the scent of Cole, making her realize she still wore his jacket. Stepping inside her house, Lucy sat down in front of the Christmas tree and snuggled into Cole's coat. She had a lot of thinking to do, and some hard decisions to make. Chapter 13. Late Sunday afternoon, Cole pulled up in front of Lucy's house and debated about whether or not he was making a mistake coming without calling her first. He hadn't heard from her all day, and he was done waiting. All night, in between patients, he'd thought about her and what he was going to do about his growing feelings for her. It would be nice to know how she felt about him, too. The only way to figure her out was to talk. After leaving her last night, he'd regretted not kissing her goodbye. But at the time, it hadn't seemed right, especially when she shot down any hope of her moving back to Snow Valley. He didn't get it. She loved her family and her hometown. Why wouldn't she want to live here? Already the small Montana town was growing on him. He liked how down-to-earth the people seemed. The ER had been fairly steady last night, but everyone he treated had been appreciative and friendly. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to sleep and had fallen into bed the moment he got home from his shift and ended up missing church. He still felt a little groggy and was starving, but the desire to see Lucy far outweighed his discomfort. In fact, he hoped she didn't have plans for the fireworks show tonight and would agree to go with him. Uncle Will and Beverly had left Cole a note saying they were at a friend's house for the day and would be back in time for the show. They invited him to join them and encouraged him to get a date of his own. Cole was losing track of how many Christmas events this small town had. If Lucy hadn't already altered his opinion of her favorite holiday, he would eventually have to embrace it just to survive living here. Cutting the engine, Cole exited his car and slipped the Christmas present he'd bought for Lucy in his pocket. The slender, rectangular box had been expertly wrapped by the girl at the jewelry counter. The charm bracelet he'd found her was perfect. Each of the charms, a Christmas tree, a train, a tiny reindeer bell, and a sprig of mistletoe, represented their time together. He especially liked the reindeer bell because if you held it up to your ear, you could hear it jingle. He made his way up the walkway. He really should have texted her, but didn't want to chance her blowing him off or asking him to meet her somewhere other than her house. Besides, it was time he met her family, including Lucy's mother. The temperature had dropped a little with the clear skies, and the air felt like it penetrated through his parka. The wool jacket he'd loaned Lucy was a little warmer, but he liked the idea of her wearing his coat. He pushed the doorbell and smiled when he heard the chime of another Christmas song. His pulse accelerated when the door swung open and he recognized Lucy's brother, Landon. "Hey, you here for Lucy again?" the kid said before Cole could introduce himself. "Yeah, is she home?" "Luce, someone's at the door for you," he shouted. Then he stepped back and motioned for Cole to come inside. Just then, Lucy's mother came into the foyer. "Landon Phillips, that is no way to answer a door." Landon rolled his eyes. "Sorry, Mom." "Please go and get your sister." She turned to Cole. "Pardon my son's manners." She held out her hand. "Dr. Taggart, it's good to see you again." "Thank you, Mrs. Phillips. It's good to see you, too." "Please call me Lila." "All right, but only if you call me Cole." She smiled brightly. "Please come inside and have a seat." She led him to the living room. Cole sat down on the couch, and Lila took a seat in the chair next to the Christmas village. "We can't thank you enough for taking care of Lucy last night," Lila said. "It was kind of you to see her in your office instead of making her sit at the ER." "I was happy to do it." Cole wasn't sure what all Lucy had told her mother. He decided it would be better to keep quiet until Lucy joined them. "How is her finger?" "Sore, but the pain medicine is helping her stay comfortable." Lila sent Cole a warm smile. "I must say, it's so wonderful to have a doctor willing to make house calls." Making a house call wasn't exactly what Cole was here about, and he hoped that didn't get around town. He'd never have any time off if people thought he made a habit of making home visits. Actually, he didn't finish his sentence as Lucy rushed into the room, her eyes wide. "Lucy," Lila said, "Dr. Taggart came by to check on your finger." "Oh," Lucy pinned questioning eyes on Cole. "How nice." The bewildered look on her face contradicted her words. Cole felt slightly annoyed that Lucy didn't want her mother to know she and Cole were seeing each other. His gut clenched with uncertainty. They were seeing each other, weren't they? Lila stood up and motioned for Lucy to come take her seat. "Dr. Taggart, Cole, may I get you something to drink?" "No, thank you." "Okay." Lucy's mother looked at her daughter and then Cole. "I'll just leave you two alone." "Thanks, Mom," Lucy said. Lila hesitated for a brief moment before pivoting and leaving the room. "What are you doing here?" Lucy whispered. "Coming to see you." "Are you crazy?" She cast a furtive glance to where her mother had been. "I've finally gotten through to her about Lance, and now she'll set her sights on you." Irritation worked its way through Cole, and he leaned forward. Would that really be so horrible? Her face softened. "Don't take it personally. I've already told you it's me, not you." "Lucy, I like you, and judging from the exceptional kisses we've shared, I think you like me too." "I do like you." Her eyes strayed to his mouth for a brief moment. "That's not the issue." "Then what is?" She opened her mouth, but her mother came back into the room. "Excuse me, Cole, we're about to have dinner, and we'd love to have you stay and join us." Cole purposefully avoided looking at Lucy. "I'd like to. Thank you, Lila." "Wonderful." Lila backed out of the room, her face glowing with satisfaction. "I'll set another place." Once she left, Cole slowly met Lucy's eyes. She looked both confused and bothered. "This is a mistake, Cole." "How is it a mistake?" Lucy's gaze narrowed, and she took a few seconds to answer. During that time, her father came into the room. "Hello," Lamont said. "It's nice to see you again." "Thank you." Cole stood up and took his outstretched hand, giving it a firm shake. "I understand we have you to thank for taking such good care of our Lucy." He turned and winked at his daughter. "She said quite a few nice things about you last night." "I did?" Lucy said, sounding alarmed. Her father grinned. "Yup. About an hour after you took your pain medicine, you came into my office and told me all about the cute doctor who took care of you. You might have also mentioned something about mistletoe and kissing, too." Cole felt his neck flush with embarrassment. Mr. Phillips had to be questioning Cole's professionalism. To be fair, though, he hadn't kissed Lucy after she'd been injured. "Please tell me you didn't tell Mother," Lucy said, her face a tad on the pale side. Her dad laughed. "Not yet." "But you won't say anything, right?" Lucy asked. Smiling, Lamont looked at his daughter and then to Cole. "I have a feeling I won't have to say a word." He chuckled as he left the room. Lucy sat there staring after her father. Cole felt bad. Maybe he should just go home and warm up his dinner and forget about Lucy Phillips. "I'm sorry, Lucy. It's not your fault. Obviously, I should avoid narcotics from now on." He wanted to laugh, but he felt sick inside. She might have issues that had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't risk his heart again. Falling in love had never been part of his transition plan to Snow Valley. His work would keep him busy, and converting his practice to what he wanted would require a lot of his spare time. "Hey, I'm not looking for any kind of relationship, and neither are you." He tried to gauge her reaction, but couldn't tell what she was thinking. "We're friends. Let's just keep it that way." "I'm the one who's sorry." Her voice trembled. "I know I'm a little screwed up." "Aren't we all?" He gave her a soft smile. "So can we be friends?" He held out his hand. "Yes." She moistened her lips and slowly placed her palm against his. He ignored the zing of attraction and gave her hand a gentle squeeze before dropping it. "By the way, how is your finger?" "Better." She smiled and tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "It really hurt like crazy once the lidocaine wore off, hence my use of Lortab. But this morning, as long as I keep it elevated or don't bump it, it seems to be okay." "Good." They stood there for a few uncomfortable seconds. He went to shove his hands in his pockets and felt the box containing the bracelet. Should he even give her the gift? "Oh," she said brightly, "Allie and her children were at church this morning. Pastor John introduced them to the congregation, and people were very welcoming. Lance's mother, Vivian, invited Allie and the children to Sunday dinner, and my mom said she accepted." "That's great. I wish I could have been there. People are going to think the new doctor is a heathen. This is the second week in a row I haven't been able to attend." "Doc Taggart has your back. He proudly told everyone how you covered for another doctor at the last minute." Cole hated how stilted their conversation felt, but it was necessary in order to preserve their friendship and his heart. "I think Uncle Will is going to enjoy retirement." There was another awkward pause. She glanced around the room and then said, "My mom and some of her quilting friends have gotten the word out, and donations have come pouring in to Pastor John. There are a lot of people who want to help, so getting things for the family won't be hard." Cole had looked forward to shopping with Lucy, but now he didn't think he could take being around her, knowing she'd returned to California soon after Christmas. "I'm glad people are willing to help. I don't know how busy these next couple of days are going to be at the office, so maybe your mom and some of the women can help you out with the shopping." Lucy stared at him for a few heartbeats. He thought he saw her bottom lip quiver before she gave him a rigid smile. "That's a great idea. I'm sure they'd love to help." They were spared from further conversation when Lila came in. "Dinner's ready." "It smells delicious," Cole said as he and Lucy followed Lila into the dining room. Lucy's parents made Cole feel welcome and introduced him to her younger brothers. Throughout the meal, Cole marveled at the family dynamics. They loved each other and weren't afraid to show it. He knew it wasn't an act. Someday he hoped to have a family like this. He just needed to find the right woman. Once Lucy returned to California, maybe Cole would meet someone else. He and Lucy maintained the facade that they were nothing more than friends. When the family questioned him about attending the fireworks with them tonight, he declined, stating he needed to catch up on sleep after pulling an all-nighter at the hospital. Just as the meal finished, Cole got a call from his mother. Never before had he been so grateful for her timing. "I need to take this call," he said, silencing the phone and scooting back from the table. "I suppose as a doctor you get called away often," Lila said kindly. "I do, and I apologize for having to eat and run. The meal was delicious." He couldn't bring himself to look at Lucy. "Thank you for having me in your home." "Anytime, son," Lamont said. Cole noticed the amusement from before was replaced with concern. He could probably sense the tension radiating between him and Lucy. After telling Logan and Landon goodbye, he finally met Lucy's gaze. "I hope your finger continues to heal. I'll be in the office Monday and Tuesday if you need anything or have any concerns." The usual light in her eyes was absent. She scooted back from the table. "Let me walk you out." Thankfully, his mother was persistent, and Cole's phone started buzzing again. "Thank you, but that's not necessary." He waved and quickly left the room. On his way out the door, he passed by the sofa table and noticed a Christmas gift sitting there. Impulsively, he pulled the wrapped box out of his pocket and put it on the table. The conversation with his mother went about as well as it usually did. She ranted for several minutes about his breakup with Nikki and ordered him to apologize and make up. When Cole calmly refused, explaining once again why he'd broken off the engagement, she belittled him about being judgmental and unforgiving. In the end, he realized his mother only wanted him back together with Nikki to save face with another couple joining them in France. By the time Cole got back to Uncle Will's house, he really was exhausted. He shut off his phone and left his uncle a note saying he had a headache and had gone to bed early. It took Cole a couple of hours to actually fall asleep. He made several plans about his medical practice to keep his mind off of Lucy. With the help of the internet, he was confident he'd find an IT company that could make the changes he wanted for his office. When he got off work tomorrow, he'd follow up with Lucy about the Parkers, making sure he kept everything on a platonic level. Chapter 14. Lucy woke up Monday morning feeling depressed. She'd thought about Cole all night long. At the firework display, she'd run into Doc Taggart and Beverly. When she asked about Cole, Doc told her that he'd gone back to bed to catch up on his sleep. At least he hadn't been lying about that. She couldn't believe how rotten she felt. Christmas Eve was only 2 days away, and she was moping around instead of humming Christmas music and making sugar cookies. Her finger felt a little better, but she still couldn't use it. She wouldn't even be able to help her mother and the other ladies wrap the presents for Allie and her children. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," she said. Her mother poked her head in the door. "While everyone's at the 5K breakfast, the girls and I are going to hit Dove's and get the shopping done early. Are you coming with us?" Lucy wanted to back out, but decided serving someone else would help her get out of her funk. "Sure. I just need to comb through my hair and I'll be ready to go." Her mother studied her for a second. "You seem a little blue. Are you regretting your decision about Lance?" "No, Mom. Lance and I are friends. It felt good to finally get everything out on the table." Lucy's talk with Lance had gone remarkably well, considering their past. He'd been hurt when she confessed to kissing Cole after only knowing him on the plane ride out. Lucy couldn't bring herself to admit how far-reaching that statement was, but figured Lance didn't need to be hurt any more than he already was. She'd also discovered Lance had grown up quite a bit over the past year. With his father still struggling to regain his strength from the stroke, Lance had taken over managing the ranch and was very successful. "All right," her mother said, watching her closely. "What about Dr. Taggart? He's a nice-looking young man and already established in his career." Lucy's stomach tightened at Cole's name. "He's a good friend, Mom. Besides, I'm going back to California. It would never work since he lives here now." She stood up and crossed the room to her vanity. "I won't be long, okay?" Her mother sighed loudly and said, "Okay, I guess I just need to accept you're more interested in your career than getting married." Tears stung Lucy's eyes, and she was glad her mother couldn't see her. "I'm young still, Mom, and I've worked hard for my career. It doesn't mean I don't want to have a family of my own. I'll marry and settle down when the right guy comes along." Her voice quivered, and she covered it up with a cough. Lucy had a feeling the right guy had come along, and she'd just blown it big time. Shopping for the Parkers had been therapeutic, and Lucy felt much happier by the time they finished up a few hours later. Lance's mom had talked non-stop about how adorable the children were and how well-mannered they'd been at dinner the night before. Vivian also said that Allie was a beautiful girl who'd been in an abusive marriage. Her divorce had been finalized the year before, and her ex had disappeared without ever giving her any kind of child support. Allie didn't have any family left and was trying to do the best she could. Recently, she'd lost her job as a waitress in Wyoming when her kids had gotten sick and she'd missed too many days. That's when a Christmas miracle happened. A letter from an attorney in Montana came 2 weeks before, stating the Carpenter house, which had been her great-aunt's home, had been left to Allie as the only living relative. She'd sold everything she could and loaded up her kids and moved to Snow Valley. The most interesting bit of news Vivian had to say was how well Lance and Allie had gotten along. They'd talked for a couple of hours while TJ and Haley made sugar cookies with Vivian. By the time the family left, Lance was smitten with Allie as well as with her children. Lucy was happy for Lance and was glad she could honestly tell Mrs. Christensen exactly that. She really hoped the best for him. After completing the Christmas purchases, the quilting ladies came to Lucy's house and started wrapping all the presents for the entire family. Lucy's finger throbbed from not keeping it elevated most of the day, so she was resting in her room while the women concocted a plan to deliver the Christmas goods. She glanced at her phone, hoping Cole had messaged her. He'd said he wanted to be friends, but obviously that wasn't true. Her finger continued to pulse with pain, and she thought about texting him for doctor advice so he'd have to talk to her, but decided against it. Being deceptive hadn't gotten her anywhere this past week. Closing her eyes, she tried to fall asleep. Instead of visions of sugar plums dancing in her head, memories of Cole filled her mind. Each scene played out from the first time she threw her arms around his neck and begged him to kiss her, to the magical train ride, kissing under the mistletoe, and then chopping down a Christmas tree for a family in need. She squeezed her eyelids tight, trying to blot out the memories of Sunday night's dinner. Why had she pushed him away? And what was she so afraid of? She rolled over on her side, keeping her right hand elevated, and stared at the poster of Captain America that Logan had given her last year when the new film had come out. All her life, she'd marched to the beat of her own drum, and not the one other girls did. Just because she preferred hacking a computer over cooking didn't mean she didn't want to be a mother or a wife. Most guys liked the fact she'd rather watch an action hero movie over some rom-com. That didn't mean she didn't like romance. Lucy loved debugging programs, but she also liked curling her hair and dressing up. She loved baking cookies and bread, but she hated cooking. Her phone chimed a text message, and she scrambled to sit up to find it. Her pulse quickened when the message was from Cole. "Sorry, I haven't been in contact. Crazy day at the office. How did the shopping go? Do I need to pick anything up?" Her hands shook slightly as she accessed her voice-to-text option. "My mom and the ladies were incredible. They're in wrapping everything up right now." "Great. How's your finger?" She was tempted to exaggerate her symptoms in hopes he'd make another house call, but went with the truth. Good, throbs a little from walking around for a few hours, but I'm elevating it now. Anticipation for his reply made her feel giddy. He sounded normal, like they were friends again. The seconds ticked by until 5 minutes had passed. Lucy stared at the phone, feeling as if she couldn't catch her breath. Finally, she saw 3 dots appear, letting her know he was typing a reply. It came a few seconds later. Uncle Will just called. He and Beverly have an idea about how to deliver the presents to the Parkers. I'll call you later with the details. Lucy sat back against the wall, feeling a little let down. While she was happy the community was eager to give the Parkers a good Christmas, it meant she and Cole weren't spending very much time together. She'd promised to help him see how wonderful Christmas could be. Although, now that she thought about it, she'd already reached that goal. Changing Cole's mind and heart about Christmas hadn't been that difficult. The time she had left to spend with him was dwindling faster than she wanted. She saw the pretty red dress hanging on her closet and was glad at least she'd get to spend an evening dancing with Cole at the Christmas ball. Suddenly, her phone chimed another text, and she glanced at the screen. The message was from Cole. Lucy wanted to cry when she read the quick note. BTW, since I'm single and without a family, I volunteered to take the ER shift on Christmas Day for a doctor with a young family. I knew you'd understand, and we'll have more fun at the dance without stressing about your mom or anyone else thinking we're a couple. Moisture gathered in her eyes, and she felt a tear slide down her cheek. She was so stupid. Maybe she'd expected Cole to be as persistent as Lance had been all these years. But it was too late now. She'd made her decision clear, and now she'd have to deal with it. Chapter 15. Cole followed Uncle Will and Beverly into the church for Christmas Eve services. He felt even more like the third wheel since Uncle Will had proposed to Beverly last night, and they were acting very much like a newly engaged couple. Pastor John greeted them enthusiastically. "I'm happy to finally meet you, Dr. Taggart," the pastor said with a firm handshake. "What you and Lucy did for the Parkers is what Christmas is all about." A lump formed in Cole's throat at the mention of Lucy's name. "We just started it, but the rest of the community jumped on board." Cole grinned at Will and Beverly. "Mr. and Mrs. Claus here delivered the presents after the parade, making all the effort worthwhile." Uncle Will and Bev had dressed up last night and given a spectacular performance for Allie and her children. Cole had met Lucy and her family near the Carpenter house, and they'd stayed hidden, observing the whole thing. After, they'd all returned to Lucy's house for donuts and hot chocolate. It had been difficult being around Lucy, trying to act as if he only saw her as a friend. The act had been easier to pull off after Lucy mentioned how kind it was of him to take the ER shift for the other doctor so he could be with his family on Christmas Day. Part of him had hoped she'd be a little disappointed, but the way she boasted about what a nice person he was to her family made him believe she was probably relieved. Pastor John turned a twinkling eye to Will and Bev. "I heard all about that. I also hear congratulations are in order." He shook both of their hands. "When is the happy occasion taking place?" "We're not getting any younger," Uncle Will said, putting an arm around his fiancée. "Would you be able to perform the ceremony right after the New Year?" "I'd be happy to." With other members of the congregation waiting to greet the pastor, Cole followed behind his uncle down the aisle to find an open pew. "Go ahead and slide on in there," Uncle Will said to Cole. "Bev and I like to be on the end." Cole eyed his uncle suspiciously as he glanced down the already occupied bench. Lila and Lamont Phillips were already seated there along with their family. Lucy watched him as he sat down next to her. "Hi," he said. "I hope this seat isn't taken." She looked beautiful in a teal-green blouse with her blonde hair hanging in loose curls around her shoulders. The frilly off-white skirt made her look like a princess, and the teal-colored high heels showed off a very sexy ankle and calf. "It is now," she said softly. Uncle Will and Beverly slid in next to him and then asked if he could scoot down a little to give them more room. It was obvious what Will and Bev were trying to do. He just hoped Lucy didn't think he was behind it. Cole inched over until his arm was flush with Lucy's and he caught the scent of her perfume. She smelled good, too. Trying to distract himself from the beautiful girl sitting beside him, Cole focused on the front of the chapel. Candles flickered with a soft glow as the organist played Silent Night. Up ahead, a few rows in front of them, Cole spotted Lance with his arm around a pretty woman. It took him a second to realize it was Allie Parker. She turned her head and looked up at Lance with a smile as bright as the star that appeared the night the Savior was born. Allie no longer looked like the worn-out mother of 2 sick children. She looked beautiful in a deep purple dress, her brown hair soft and shiny instead of pulled up in a messy ponytail. TJ and Haley sat in between Lance's parents. They both had on new clothes that Cole knew were a perfect fit thanks to Lila Phillips. "They look happy, don't they?" Lucy whispered next to his ear. Her warm breath sent a ripple of heat through him. He glanced down at her, wondering if part of her was bothered by Lance moving on so quickly. "Yeah, they do." She smiled and his chest tightened with awareness. He could see she was genuinely happy Lance and Allie had found one another. He wished things could be different between them, but wouldn't push it unless Lucy gave him an indication her feelings had changed. The organ music stopped and Pastor John welcomed the congregation. Cole tried to pay attention to the program but was easily distracted by Lucy's nearness. Each time she moved or shifted in her seat, their arms brushed. When the service came to a close, Cole swallowed back his disappointment. Lucy was leaving, and this was probably the last time he'd see her for a while. As the people filed out, Lucy stood and handed Cole his wool jacket. "I keep forgetting to give this back to you." "You sure you don't need it?" A light floral scent wafted around him. His coat would probably smell just like her. He resisted the temptation to bury his nose in the fabric to get a good whiff. "No, my mom has plenty of coats that have a big enough sleeve." She smiled and held up her bandaged finger. "Besides, my finger is feeling better every day. Today the pain has hardly bothered me." "I'm glad to hear it." Lance and Allie walked toward them holding hands. They stopped next to the pew. "Dr. Taggart," Allie said with a smile. "It's nice to see you again." "It's good to see you, too." Cole nodded his head toward Lance's parents, who were walking with TJ and Haley. "It looks like your children are feeling better." "Thanks to you." She glanced up at Lance. "Moving here has been the best thing that's ever happened to me." Lance grinned. "Me too." Allie laughed softly, her face turning a rosy pink that only added to her beauty. "Allie," Lance said, "I'd like you to meet a good friend of mine from high school." He nodded toward Lucy. "This is Lucy Phillips." Lucy shook Allie's hand. "It's nice to meet you, Allie." "Lance has told me so much about you." "Uh-oh," Lucy teased. "I hope he said a few good things." "Of course. I want to take a few online classes to help me get a better job, and he said I should talk to you about what might be helpful. He told me how smart and successful you are and that you live in California. Maybe I could talk to you before you fly back?" "Sure, but I'm scheduled to fly back early Saturday afternoon. I've got a meeting I need to be ready for on Monday." Cole knew she was flying back soon after Christmas. He just didn't think it was that soon. He wanted to take a step away from her, distance himself even more, so when she went home it wouldn't hurt as bad. "Oh, I'm sorry you can't spend more time with your family," Allie said. "I'm sure that's hard, living so far away from them." "It is." Lucy's eyes flickered to Cole for a brief second. "This visit has really made me realize how much I miss them." Cole shifted on his feet. Was Lucy trying to send the message that just because she chose to live in California, it didn't mean she didn't love or miss her family? "Would it be all right if she emails you?" Lance asked. "Sure. You already have it, right?" "Yeah, thanks, Lucy." Lance's parents had caught up to them and the two kids were bouncing up and down with excitement. "Can we go home now?" TJ asked. "Santa said we need to get to bed early so he can come Christmas Eve." Allie ruffled the boy's hair. "Yes." She looked up at Lucy and then Cole. "Have a Merry Christmas." "You too," Cole and Lucy said at the same time. They watched the family leave. Cole turned to look at Lucy. "You okay about that?" he asked. She drew her eyebrows together. "Of course. Lance and I talked the other night and came to a mutual understanding. I'm happy he's found someone to love." Cole swallowed. With Lance truly out of the picture, it looked like his temporary role as her boyfriend had officially come to an end. "Well, I guess we need to get to bed too if we want Santa to come," Cole teased. He stepped sidewise and motioned for her to start walking. Lucy stared at him for a few seconds before she nodded her head and slowly moved forward. Cole walked beside her, wishing things could be different. Part of him wanted to beg her to reconsider his job offer to update his medical practice, but knew it wasn't fair to pressure her like that. His mother and then Nikki had both criticized Cole's decision to go into family practice. Rather than into a more lucrative medical career, he would never do that to Lucy. Uncle Will and his fiancée were in the foyer talking with Lila Phillips. As soon as Cole and Lucy joined the circle, Lila invited everyone over for pie and coffee. "Thank you for the offer, Lila, but we all need to get to bed," Uncle Will said. "Bev and I have to get up early to drive to Billings. We're spending Christmas Day with Bev's nephew and family." He pointed to Cole. "And my nephew graciously volunteered to take the ER shift tomorrow so a colleague can spend Christmas with his wife and children." Lila looked at Cole with admiration. "That's very kind of you." Cole shrugged. "He's got a young family and I don't. It seemed like the right thing to do." She didn't need to know his motive to volunteer hadn't been just about letting the doctor on call have the day off. It had been more about self-preservation. Attending the Christmas ball and dancing with Lucy would be torture, knowing it was only temporary. Lucy's brothers seemed just as excited about Christmas Eve as the younger children. "Let's go home," Landon said. "Logan and I still need to make up our bed in Lucy's room." Lucy laughed. "When did you guys change your mind?" She'd told Cole all about the tradition of her little brothers sleeping in her room Christmas Eve, and how disappointed she was when the boys informed her they were too old to be sleeping in their big sister's room. "Well," Logan said, looking from Cole to Lucy, "Dad reminded us you won't always be single, and this could be the last year we get to keep up our tradition." Cole watched Lucy's face turn red. "I don't think I'm getting married anytime soon," she said, "but I'm glad you changed your mind." Lucy's family, Uncle Will and Beverly, all pinned a questioning eye on both Lucy and Cole. The collar of his shirt suddenly felt too small. "Have fun tonight and Merry Christmas," he said, fumbling with the wool jacket Lucy had returned. As soon as he slipped it on, he realized his mistake. It smelled just like her. Avoiding her eyes, he glanced at his uncle. "You ready to go?" Uncle Will's forehead wrinkled. "Yep. Let me get Bev's coat." Cole felt conspicuous as everyone donned their coats. As they filed out of the church into the cold, crisp air, he finally met Lucy's gaze. In the moonlight, her eyes appeared bright. Was she crying? "Merry Christmas, Cole." She leaned up and pressed a kiss to his cheek and then whispered, "Thank you for being such a good friend." Before he could gather his wits, she spun on her heels and quickly followed her family to their car. He stared after her, feeling very much like crying himself. "You sure nothing more is going on between you two?" Uncle Will asked. Cole shook his head. "Lucy isn't interested in having me for anything but a friend." "Is that what you want?" Beverly asked softly. Giving her a wistful smile, Cole said, "What I want doesn't matter. Forcing someone to change only destroys that person. I would never do that to her." Not wanting to talk about it anymore, Cole started toward his uncle's car. He should have stuck to his original plan, which didn't include falling in love. Chapter 16. As Lucy packed her suitcase Friday evening, she tried to ignore the heavy feeling of hopelessness. While Christmas had been nice, she couldn't shake the melancholy shrouding her. Cole hadn't called or texted. Several times she typed a message, but ended up deleting it each time. He'd made it clear her decision to only be friends suited him just fine. The Christmas ball had been dismal. For the first time, she'd wished Lance would have been pestering her for a dance. Not because her feelings had changed, but because she was lonely, and it seemed everyone had a significant other but her. Folding the last of the new clothes she received for Christmas, she added them to the overstuffed bag and glanced at the digital clock. Surely Cole was awake by now, even if he'd needed to catch up on sleep. He knew her plane left tomorrow, and she'd at least expected to hear from him today, if only to say goodbye. Someone knocked on her door. "Lucy," her father said, "can I come in?" "Sure, Dad, it's open." The hinges creaked as her father entered the room. "Are you sure you don't want me to drive you to the airport tomorrow?" She shook her head. "You and Mom promised to take the boys skiing. I should have known better than to book my flight so early." "Can't you change it? I wish you could come with us." "No, I already tried. With the holidays, the only thing I can get would be late Sunday night. My meeting is first thing Monday morning, and I'd never make it on time." She tried zipping her bag shut, but it was too full. "I may need to borrow another bag. You and Mom shouldn't have given me so many gifts." "Let me do it, honey." Moving to the side, she allowed her father to help. She was so lucky to have the family she had, and knew she had taken them for granted all these years. He zipped the bag closed and pulled it off of her bed. "Thank you, Dad." She hugged him tight. For some reason, the tears she'd been keeping at bay the past few days started to flow. "Hey now, what's this all about?" "I don't know." She sniffed and buried her face into his flannel shirt. "I'm just going to miss everyone so much." Her father patted her back. "Are you sure it doesn't have more to do with a certain doctor?" She stilled and squeezed her eyes shut. "No," she lied. "Lucy." Her father gently set her back from him so he could see her face. "I don't think you're telling me the truth." She pressed her quivering lips together and felt a tear slide down her cheek. "Cole is just a friend." "I might be old, but I'm not stupid. When he came to dinner on Sunday, the electricity zipping between the two of you was powerful enough to light up every Christmas light in the city." He gave her a stern look. "Something happened that night, and you haven't been the same since." "I panicked when he showed up so unexpectedly and made him believe I didn't want anything more than friendship." Sniffing, she slowly sat down on her bed. "Actually, at the time, That is all I wanted." The mattress sunk down as her father took a seat across from her. Did Cole want something more than friendship? Lucy nodded her head. "He did, but I don't think he does now." "Honey, I saw the way he looks at you, and I think all he needs is a little bit of encouragement from you." "It's too late, Dad. He knows I'm leaving in the morning, and he hasn't messaged me or called." "He's a man, Lucy, and you wounded his ego. He's not going to call you unless he knows you want him to." "So what am I supposed to do? Call him and tell him I'm an idiot and I'm in love with him?" One of her dad's eyebrows rose up. "This is more serious than I thought. You're in love with him?" "I think so. He's all I can think about, and I feel miserable without him. I don't want to go back to California, and I don't want to get the promotion and move to someplace like China." "Then that's exactly what you need to tell him." "What if he doesn't want me anymore?" "You'll never know unless you say something. He seems like a pretty decent guy, and my guess is he'll be over here minutes after you talk to him." The sick knot in her stomach began to unwind as hope filled every part of her. "Okay." She smiled and threw her arms around his neck. "Thanks, Daddy. I love you." He gave her a gentle squeeze. "I love you too, sweetie." He pressed a kiss to her hair. "I'm not going to say a word to your mother. If she got wind of this, Dr. Taggart would never have any peace." Lucy laughed softly. "If Cole doesn't talk to me, I might need Mom's help. She's pretty relentless, and eventually he'd call me just to get her to leave him alone." "Good luck." As soon as her dad left her room, she pulled her phone out of her pocket. There still weren't any messages or missed calls. She opened Cole's contact information, but still couldn't bring herself to make the call. Another knock sounded on the door. "Come in," she said, expecting to see her dad. Logan poked his head in and handed her a small rectangular box wrapped in shiny red paper. "I just found this on the floor by the couch when I was looking for my shoes. It has your name on it." "Thank you." She waited until she was alone again before looking at the tag. She recognized the all-caps writing style Cole had used to write both of her prescriptions. When had he left this for her? She still had his gift wrapped up in her closet. It wasn't much, just a copy of the Polar Express book and movie, along with a few other DVDs of her favorite Christmas shows. Hands shaking, she tore at the paper. The slender box underneath the paper had the name of Snow Valley's only jewelry store imprinted on the lid. Lifting off the cover, she found a beautiful silver charm bracelet. Immediately, she recognized the meanings of the charms he'd picked out. Lifting the bracelet up, she jingled the bell and laughed when she heard the light, tinkling sound. Feeling braver, she picked up her phone and called Cole's cell. It rang several times before rolling over to voicemail. Nervous, she plunged ahead. "Hi, Cole, this is Lucy. You probably already knew that." She cringed and debated about hanging up to start over. "Anyway, I hope you had a good Christmas and that work wasn't too crazy. My brother just found the gift you left for me. It must have fallen onto the floor. It's beautiful, and I can't wait to wear it. I have your gift here at the house, but you've never stopped by again. I've wanted to call you because I miss you, but then you didn't call, and I didn't dare call because I basically told you I only want to be friends." She took a quick breath. "Well, I've changed my mind. I don't want to be friends. Wait, that's not right. I want to be friends, but I also want more." She closed her eyes, imagining the look on his face when he got this message. She hoped it wouldn't scare him off. "I want more, Cole. And if the job offer to help update your office with the latest computers is still on the table, then I accept." Now what? She struggled to think of an appropriate way to end the message when she heard a beep. It seemed like her time was up. Would he even get the message? Her shoulders tensed as she paced around her room, waiting for him to return her call. After 20 minutes had passed by, she started to think the worst. Was he sitting there trying to figure out a way to let her down gently? Another 10 minutes went by. Maybe the message didn't go through. Maybe something weird had happened with the connection and he didn't know he'd missed her call. When 45 minutes went by with no response, she sank down on her bed and rolled her shoulders back. If, by chance, he didn't get the voicemail, a text message would be better than not doing anything. Since it was still awkward typing with her finger, she repeated basically the same thing using her voice-to-text option. The process was tedious because her phone auto-corrected a lot of her words, so the message didn't make any sense. It took her a while, but finally the message was ready to be sent. Holding her breath, she tapped on the button to send it. She followed the progress of the little blue line at the top of the screen until the swooping sound indicated the text had gone through. At least now she knew she'd tried. If he didn't make a reply, then she'd know it was too late. Chapter 17. Early Saturday morning, Cole woke to pounding on his bedroom door. He was exhausted after staying up late searching the internet for a reputable IT company to digitize his medical practice. He should have just broken down and called Lucy to ask for her professor's name, but he couldn't do it. The more time he spent away from her, the more he wanted her. He knew if he talked to her again, he'd probably blurt out how much he loved her and beg her to stay. In a few hours, she'd be leaving Montana. Maybe then he'd get his life back on track. Climbing out of bed, he crossed the room and opened the door. "Hey there," Uncle Will said cheerfully. "I just listened to my answering machine and the hospital found your phone. They've got it waiting for you in the ER. "That's great." Cole ran his hand through his hair. "I thought I was going to have to buy a new one today. Bev is coming over in a few minutes to make homemade crepes. You're welcome to join us." Cole thanked his uncle for the invite, but wanted to go to the hospital first. After doing a double shift in the ER Christmas Day, Cole had come home and slept for 10 hours straight. When he woke up, he couldn't find his phone. After searching his car and his room, he remembered he could log into his account and locate his phone through an app he'd downloaded. It indicated it was at the hospital, but it also showed it only had 9% of battery power left. He'd immediately gone over to the hospital to look. Using a personal phone of one of the nurses, he'd logged onto his account to activate the audible sound. He'd only gotten a message that said the sound was pending until the phone was connected to the internet. Taking a quick shower, Cole skipped shaving and made his way to the hospital. He couldn't volunteer to do doubles anymore. It was too exhausting. At least his turn to take call for the ER wouldn't come around again for 7 weeks. The hospital parking lot was pretty empty. He entered the double doors and made his way to the emergency department. It wasn't fair. They weren't very busy and only had a couple of patients on the white board. "Hey, Dr. Taggart," a nurse said. "They found your phone in the laundry." He smiled. "I hope they found it before it went through the wash and not after." "You're in luck. Housekeeping said she found it when she was sorting the laundry." The nurse handed him his phone. "Thank you so much." He glanced around. "I'm not going to jinx you all, but next time I work here, can it be a shift like this?" They all laughed. It was taboo to mention how quiet the ER was. You were guaranteed to get slammed. Returning to his Land Rover, Cole immediately plugged in his phone. He knew it would take a few minutes to get enough juice to power up. In the meantime, he drove past his house. Work wouldn't resume until Monday. If he was lucky, the plumber would finish up before the new year and Cole could move in. Tempted to drive by Lucy's house, he turned around and headed back to his uncle's. He didn't know the exact time of her flight, but remembered her saying something about early afternoon. With the distance to the airport and the time it took to get through security, she would be leaving soon. Pulling into Will's driveway, Cole powered up his phone. It showed he had a few missed calls and one voicemail. There was also a text message from Lucy. He swiped his finger across the screen and opened the text. The message was long, but not too far into it he realized what she was saying. Letting out a loud whoop, he put the car in reverse and backed out. Lucy missed him and wanted more. Even better, she wanted the job he'd offered her. The drive there seemed to take forever, and he was careful not to speed. He'd already been pulled over once last week and got off with a warning. He doubted his new doctor status would get him out of a second ticket. Besides that, it would take up too much time. Finally, he pulled up in front of her house. Cutting the engine, he got out of the car and quickly made his way to her door. His adrenaline was ramped up so high his heart felt like it had beat right out of his chest. He pushed the doorbell and hoped just once Lucy would answer. He was disappointed when her father pulled open the door. "Dr. Taggart, what are you doing here?" His voice had an edge to it that matched the hard look on his face. "I'm sorry I stopped by so early, but I have to see Lucy." "It's a little late for that," Lamont said. "When you didn't return her call or reply to her text, she cried herself to sleep." "But that's why I'm here. I lost my phone at the hospital, and they just notified me they found it in laundry. The second I read her text, I came right over." Lamont blew out a big breath, shaking his head. "I tried telling her something like that might have happened, and she should just drop by to see you at your uncle's house, but she was too upset to listen. I'm so sorry. Please let me talk to her." "She's not here. Lila and I are taking the boys skiing, so Lucy rented a car yesterday and left about an hour and a half ago." He glanced at his watch. "Her plane leaves around noon. If you leave right now, you should be able to make it there in time." "All right." He took a step backward and pulled out his phone. "I'll try calling her, but if she happens to call you, please tell her not to get on the plane." "Lamont, who's at the door?" Lila said, coming up to stand next to her husband. "It's Lucy's doctor, and he's going after her." "Oh, thank heavens," Lila said, putting a hand over her heart. "Now Lamont won't have to go to prison for shooting you." Cole stumbled on one of the stairs and glanced at Lucy's father. Lamont grinned and waved his hand. "I was kidding. Now hurry up." Turning around, Cole ran to his car and climbed inside. Lucy's dad might be kidding, but he made a mental note to never get on his bad side. All the way to Billings, Cole tried calling Lucy. Her phone immediately rolled over to voicemail like it wasn't even on. He left several messages explaining why he hadn't returned her call. He also begged her not to get on the plane. About a mile before taking the airport exit, Cole saw the flashing blue lights come up behind him. Shoot! He looked down at the speedometer and groaned. He was going 90 miles an hour. Slowing down, he pulled over into the emergency lane. When he came to a stop, he grabbed his wallet and pulled his license out. Leaning across the seat, he opened the glove box and found the registration. Hoping his preparedness would buy him some points, he rolled his window down as the state trooper approached the driver's side. "I'm sorry, officer. I have a very good reason for going so fast." "License and registration, please," he said, ignoring Cole's confession. Cole handed him his license and paperwork. "If you're going to give me a ticket, can you make it fast? The woman I love is boarding a plane in 30 minutes. Once again, the trooper ignored Cole. "I'll be back in just a minute." 15 minutes later, the trooper knocked on Cole's window. "I clocked you going 92 in a 65 zone. The woman you love isn't gonna be too happy if you get yourself killed and take someone with you." He handed Cole his license and registration. Then he gave Cole a handheld computer for him to sign. "Slow down," he said once Cole was finished. "I will," Cole said. He waited until the trooper was back inside his vehicle before he dared pull away. Going exactly the speed limit, Cole took the exit and groaned when he saw the posted speed limit had dropped to 45. Using his Bluetooth, he tried calling Lucy again, but still got no answer. By the time he finally made it to the airport parking garage, it was 5 minutes past noon. Running inside, he found the monitor and located the right flight. The flashing words made his stomach sink. Departed. He couldn't believe he had missed her. He stared at the monitor, wishing the status would change. He knew it wouldn't, and needed to come up with another plan. He wasn't going to let Lucy go that easily. People congregated around the monitors and encroached on his space so he couldn't concentrate. Moving to a secluded alcove, Cole pulled out his phone. He swiped his finger over the screen to open his travel app and typed in the information. Impatiently, he waited for the results to load. A tap on his shoulder startled him, and Cole turned around, half expecting to see the state trooper. A smile spread across his face as Lucy stepped near enough for him to catch the scent of her perfume. Hi, she said, sliding her arms around his neck. I'm Lucy, and I need you to kiss me right now. Bringing his hands to rest on her lower back, he pulled her to him and lowered his head until their mouths were so close their breath mingled. I'd be crazy not to, he murmured before covering her lips with his. Unlike his mad dash to the airport, Cole was in no hurry and savored the slow caress of her soft lips. Gradually, the need for more of her increased, and he deepened the kiss. Lucy rose up on her toes and returned his kiss with an urgency that ignited all the feelings he'd kept bottled up. Indescribable happiness filled him, making him complete. After a while, the kisses softened, and Cole reluctantly drew back. I love you, Lucy. Her kissable mouth curved up. I love you too. I was so miserable without you. Cole gently pressed his forehead against hers. I know I have a heart, Lucy, because it broke when I thought I'd lost you. Mine too. I wish we could have a do-over for Christmas. I wouldn't work but spend every second with you. She tipped her face up so their eyes met. An adorable smile appeared on her lips. Did you know I sent Santa a letter and asked if I could be on his naughty list? Cole smiled. And why is that? Because. She nestled close. All I want for Christmas is Cole. Laughing, Cole kissed her again. And just like the Grinch, he felt his heart grow 3 sizes that day. Epilogue. 3 months later. Crawling under the desk, Lucy located the end of the cord she'd dropped down a few moments earlier. She only had a small window of time before Cole would be back to his office, and she wanted to have the computer up and running to surprise him. The last few months had been the happiest of her life. She loved her new job, loved her new boss, literally. The perks for working for your boyfriend were so much better than she'd ever dreamed. Getting to kiss him whenever they could sneak off into his office, which happened far too many times to count, beat the generous bonus she'd heard everyone at her previous company had received a month after she quit her job. She tugged on the cord, needing just a little more slack to make it reach the surge protector. "What are you stuck on?" she asked when it still wouldn't pull free. "Talking to inanimate objects again?" a deep voice said from behind her. Startled, she bumped her head on the underside of the desk. "Would you stop scaring me like that?" she said as she scooted out. "That hurt." She rubbed her head and frowned at Cole as she got to her feet. His eyes sparkled with laughter as he stepped close to her and examined her head. "Let me take a look." He tenderly probed the area with his fingertips. "There isn't a laceration, so no stitches." It still hurts. Then I guess I'll have to kiss it better. He lifted her chin and kissed her on the lips, instead of on top of her head. It worked wonders as he skillfully kissed her, drugging her nearly senseless. "Feel better?" he murmured against her mouth. "Mm-hmm." His mouth traveled across her jaw and stopped on the sensitive spot just below her ear. "I'm sorry I made you bump your head," he whispered against her skin. "You're forgiven," she said, tilting her head to give him better access. He pressed his warm mouth in the hollow of her neck and lingered there. The moment was interrupted by the ringtone from his cell phone. Cole groaned and stepped back to answer the call. "Dr. Taggart," he said in his professional voice. "No, I understand. I'll run over there right now." Lucy's shoulders drooped. Their dinner plans were going to be delayed or possibly canceled. That was one of the drawbacks about dating a doctor in a small town. He had to frequently cover for other doctors or take after-hours call. Cole continued on with his conversation in a quiet voice, so Lucy finished the installation of the computer. She found where the cord was hung up and then crawled back under the desk to plug it in. When she scooted out, she caught Cole staring at the back pockets of her new jeans. "Are you checking me out?" she asked, standing up. "Guilty," he said with a wicked grin. He drew her back into his arms, resting his hands on her lower back. "So I need to run over to the hospital and assist with an emergency appendectomy." "Yay," she said. One of Cole's eyebrows lifted up. "I doubt the patient is that excited." "Not yay for the appendectomy," Lucy said with a laugh. "I'm just excited it's not another baby delivery. Those can sometimes go on all night. Removing an appendix is usually about an hour tops, right?" "If there aren't any complications, that sounds about right." "Then we still have a date tonight?" "Yes, ma'am." His forehead creased. "But I have a favor to ask before we go out. Maybe you can do it while I'm in surgery?" "Sure," Lucy said, resisting the urge to bury her face in the crook of his neck. Cole always smelled so good, and standing this close to him made her want to get a better whiff. "What do you need?" "The computer I have hooked up to my home theater system has a glitch I can't figure out. Uncle Will and Beverly wanted to watch the video of their vacation to Costa Rica last night, but couldn't get it to display on the HD screen. I told them if you can fix it, they can come over and try again tonight." "I'll see what I can do." She reached up and gave him a quick kiss on the mouth. "I'll see you later." "Hey," he said, tugging on her hand. "The movie file is on my desktop. Uncle Will named it Taggart Honeymoon Take 3. "I thought that's what he called the trip to Disney World." "Nope, that was Take 2. "Who knew Doc Taggart was such a romantic?" "Tell me about it. I'm just glad I don't have to live with them anymore," Cole said, shaking his head. "I thought their makeout sessions would lessen once they got married. I was wrong." "Let's hope that runs in the family," Lucy said with a flirtatious smile. Cole reeled her back to him. "It does," he said, leaning down to give her another toe-curling kiss. They were interrupted a minute later by Lucy's cell phone playing the song Mother Knows Best from the movie Tangled. "I better see what she wants," she said, pulling away from Cole. "And you better get going." "I'll see you soon," he said, slipping on his jacket. "Hey, Mom," Lucy said, waving goodbye to Cole. "What's up?" "Nothing. I just wanted to know if you and Cole are planning on eating dinner with us tonight." "Nope. Remember I told you Cole is taking me out tonight?" "Oh, right. Well, you two have a fun time together." "Thank you," Lucy said, wondering how her mother could have forgotten when she'd just told her a few hours earlier that they wouldn't be coming to the house tonight. "Anything else?" she asked, walking out to her car. "No, sweetheart. Have a wonderful night." Lucy looked at her phone strangely. Was her mother crying? "Everything okay, Mom?" "Yes." she sniffed. I need to go." The call ended, and Lucy shook her head. She loved her mother. She really did. But sometimes she did not understand the woman. Climbing into the car, she cranked up the heat. The first day of spring might be next week, but Snow Valley still looked like a winter wonderland. Sometimes she did miss the California weather, but not enough to move back there. Besides, Cole was planning on taking her to California to meet his parents in 2 weeks. Both of them didn't look forward to the meeting, especially since Cole's ex-fiancée, Nikki, and his mother had become besties. The two women still thought Cole would come to his senses and move home to marry Nikki. Plus, his mother had come up with a business plan for Cole to ditch his family practice and make his living by running an exclusive day spa that specialized in age-defying medical treatments and body sculpting. Even though she and Cole had only talked about getting married a few times, meeting his parents was just one more step toward that goal. However, where her parents and brothers adored Cole, Lucy was certain she wouldn't meet Mr. or Mrs. Taggart's expectations. In fact, she wouldn't be surprised if Nikki showed up for the introductions and tried to win Cole back. Maybe she would invite her parents to come with her and Cole to California. Her mother was a force to be reckoned with, and would easily take on both Nikki and Cole's mother if they tried splitting up Lucy and Cole. The drive to Cole's house didn't take long. As she pulled into the driveway, she stared at the beautiful house and sighed. She loved his house and fantasized about someday living there with him as his wife. Although initially she'd been scared about getting married, Cole had pretty much vanquished any fears she'd ever had. She longed to be his wife and couldn't wait to have 2 or 3 kids that looked like their handsome father. Grabbing her purse, she exited the car and sidestepped a puddle from the melting snow. She was so excited to see patches of the lawn showing through and could hardly wait for the warmer weather to arrive. She loved hiking, fishing, and watching her brothers play baseball, and looked forward to experiencing those activities with Cole. The front door was unlocked, and Lucy slipped off her shoes in the entryway and made her way into the kitchen to find a snack. Opening the fridge, she scanned the meager contents and settled on an apple. She bit into the fruit, grimacing at the mealy texture, and tossed the rest of the apple into the trash on her way into the media room. Lucy flipped on the light and found the universal remote to the entertainment components she'd helped Cole set up a month earlier. After turning on the screen, she toggled over to the HDMI setting that was connected to the computer. Then she took a seat on the comfy microfiber sectional and opened the laptop. Typing in the password, she located the file on the desktop and double-clicked on it. Glancing up, she waited to see if the connection worked. There was a blip on the screen, and then a window opened up and a video started to play. But it wasn't a video of Will and Beverly's trip to Costa Rica. It was of her mother, standing in their living room. "Is the camera on?" Lila Phillips asked, squinting at whomever was filming her. "Oh, sorry." She giggled and held up her hand. "Okay, let's try this again." The camera continued to roll, and Lucy watched as her mother straightened her top and rubbed her lips together. "Okay, do I start now?" Lila asked. The picture blurred as the camera moved, and then there was a close-up of her little brother Landon. "I knew this was going to be impossible," he said, rolling his eyes. Confused, Lucy continued to watch as her brother once again focused the camera on their mother. "What do I love most about Lucy?" Lila said. "Well, I've always loved her determination. She was the easiest child to raise because she was determined to do her best at everything she tried." Lila tucked a piece of her blonde hair behind her ear. "I will never forget the first time she scored her first goal in soccer when she was 8. A picture of 8-year-old Lucy appeared on the screen. She had on her soccer uniform and was wearing the cheesiest grin. More live-action shots of her playing the game blossomed on the screen as her mother continued with her narrative. There weren't enough girls to form a team, so Lucy was put on a team that was predominantly boys. A picture flashed of Lucy amid a sea of boys as she kicked the ball toward the goalie. I was so worried about her getting hurt, but that little girl was the best player on the team. I cheered the loudest when she made the first point. Stunned, Lucy stared at the screen. She never knew her mother truly watched her games, let alone cheered the loudest. She'd always brought some quilting project she was working on at the time to the games. More pictures of Lucy playing a variety of sports materialized on the monitor, following her age progression. Lucy laughed at a few of the pictures where she had braces and short hair. No wonder her mother had wanted her to grow her hair out again. As her mother finished up with how proud she was of her only daughter, Lucy shook her head in disbelief. When had her family made this video? And why was it on Cole's laptop? She reached out to press pause, but stopped when her dad appeared on the television screen. "I love Lucy." He snickered and put his hands on his hips. "I guess you're too young to know that was one of my favorite shows growing up." The camera flipped to a selfie of Landon. "Tell me again why I'm doing this?" "Because you love your sister," Lila said from off camera. "You owe me for this, Lucy," Landon said before he flipped the camera back onto her father. "Okay, Dad, it's still your turn." "Okay. I love Lucy for so many things. But I think what I love most is how she is always thinking about someone else other than herself. When she was in junior high, one of our neighbors had lost his job a month before Christmas. Lucy was friends with their daughter and knew that the family wasn't going to have much of a Christmas that year." His voice cracked, and he gently cleared his throat. "Lucy came to me and told me that she didn't need anything for Christmas, and asked if she could use the money to play Secret Santa to her friend's family. She also took on extra babysitting jobs to earn money to help pay for the gifts." While her father finished the story, a picture of Lucy dressed in all black appeared on the screen. Her dad had taken the picture right before they snuck out of the house to deliver the gifts to her friend and her family. That had started a fun family tradition of playing Secret Santa to those who needed a little help. Christmas music played as a series of photos emerged of Lucy, her brothers, and her parents taking part in the yearly service. The last picture was of her and Cole, just before they'd delivered a Christmas tree to the Parker family. Lucy had forgotten all about the selfie and wished she would have taken more pictures of them during that whirlwind of events as she and Cole fell in love with each other. When Landon and Logan both appeared on the screen to share memories of Lucy and why they loved her, she knew something was definitely up and that Cole must be behind it all. Hands shaking, she reached out and paused the video. Digging in her purse, she found her phone and started to call Cole. Remembering he was still in surgery, she changed her mind and sent him a text to ask him about the video. To her surprise, he replied immediately, in person. "What are you doing home so early?" she asked, knowing he couldn't possibly be done with the surgery. "They really didn't need me." He nodded his chin toward the screen. "I see you got everything working just fine." "Yes, but it isn't a video of Uncle Will and Beverly." "I know." Cole grinned and sat down next to her. "Let's keep watching," he said, reaching around her to press play. Landon and Logan took turns talking about Lucy, and a series of photos highlighted their memories. Cole put his arm around Lucy, and she snuggled in close. He had done this for her, and since it wasn't her birthday, she could only think of one other reason for him putting this together. Her brother's final words confirmed her suspicion. "Lucy, we love you and wouldn't let any other guy besides Cole marry you." "Cut!" Lucy's mother hollered out from off camera. "Cut?" Logan asked before both boys started laughing hysterically. You know what I mean. You're not supposed to say anything about Cole marrying Lucy yet. It's all right, Lila, Cole said as he came into view. He gave Landon a high five and a fist bump to Logan before shoving his hands in his pockets and looking directly at the camera. Lucy, you've probably already guessed that a lot of people love you. And I hope by now you know how much I love you. Lucy felt her lower lip quiver as she glanced up at Cole. I love you too. He gave her shoulders a squeeze and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Cole, should Lamont stop filming now? Lila asked. You really should do this part in person. Lila, leave the boy alone. He knows what he's doing. Lucy's gaze traveled back to the screen, and she started to laugh at the look on Cole's face as her parents argued back and forth about what should happen next. You're a brave man to involve my family, she said, patting Cole on the leg. Suddenly, the screen went blank. That's my cue, Cole said as he stood up and held out his hand to help Lucy to her feet. Her legs shook and she could barely contain the joy she felt as Cole got down on one knee. 3 months ago, the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen threw her arms around me and begged me to kiss her one time. I thought she was crazy. He winked at her, making her giggle. But then I found myself kissing her a second time and wishing there could be a third. He held her gaze, and Lucy was amazed when his blue eyes brightened with moisture. I didn't think I'd ever see her again, and only knew her first name was Lucy. I couldn't believe my luck when she appeared in my office 3 days later. He let go of one of her hands and withdrew a velvet box from his pocket. Lucy, you showed me what the true spirit of Christmas was all about, starting with a magical train ride, cutting down my first Christmas tree, and the joy of playing Secret Santa to someone in need. I love you more than anything in this world and want to spend the rest of my life proving it to you. Lucy bit her bottom lip and felt a tear creep down her cheek as Cole opened the lid to reveal a gorgeous princess-cut diamond. Will you marry me? Lucy didn't hesitate. Yes, she said with a laugh as she sank to her knees and threw her arms around Cole's neck. He held her tight, and Lucy suddenly became aware they weren't alone. Her parents and her brothers had come out of hiding, clapping and whistling with approval. Cole's Uncle Will and his wife were also present. Lucy, let him put the ring on your finger to make it official, Lila said. Laughing, Lucy eased back just enough to see Cole's face. You better listen to my mom, she said, giving Cole a conspiratorial smile. Regardless of how meddlesome her mother could be, Cole adored Lila Phillips, often claiming she was the best mother in the world. Having his perspective had helped Lucy to see how lucky she'd been to have such a caring mom. If you don't like it, we can exchange it for whatever setting you like, he said, sliding the platinum ring on her finger. Lucy held up her hand, admiring the simple but stunning ring. Are you kidding? She said, looking into Cole's concerned eyes. His former fiancé had wanted an upgrade on the diamond he planned to give her. Lucy was grateful Cole had never given Nikki a ring. The woman hadn't deserved it, or him. I love my ring, Cole. She leaned in close and said, and I love you. Then she pressed her mouth to his, giving him a fairly enthusiastic kiss, considering their audience. Among the wolf whistles from her brothers, Lucy heard her mother gleefully make plans for an elaborate wedding. How do you feel about eloping? Lucy murmured against Cole's mouth. She felt a smile on his lips before he broke the kiss to hug her tightly. I'd marry you tonight, he whispered in her ear. But would you really do that to your mother? To my future mother-in-law? His warm breath sent a delicious shiver through her. I suppose not, she said on a sigh. Good, because I have something even better planned. Like what? She asked, pulling back slightly. Later, he said, giving her a soft kiss that ended way too soon due to her brother's cheers. The next week, Lucy walked barefoot along the beach, holding onto her father's arm. A warm Hawaiian breeze slid across her bare arms and ruffled the skirt of her long white dress. "You ready for this, sweetheart?" her dad asked as they paused, waiting for the music to change. "Absolutely." She glanced up at her dad and grinned. "Do you think Mother would ever forgive me if I break into a run instead of walking down the aisle?" "Probably. She is still singing the praises of your soon-to-be husband for being so thoughtful to have the whole wedding planned out." He chuckled softly. "It also helped that the wedding is in a place she's always wanted to see." Lucy's smile widened when she remembered her family's reaction to Cole handing out the Taggart wedding itinerary, along with their boarding passes to Hawaii. The destination wedding had been thoroughly planned out by Cole, with the help of his Uncle Will and Beverly. Hence, the title of Taggart Honeymoon Take 3 had been accurate. However, Lucy and Cole were catching a charter plane on the main island this evening to start their honeymoon on a private resort in Kauai. The rest of their friends and family would not be going with them. Lila had only balked at not getting to plan the wedding of the century for less than a minute. Cole, smart man that he was, had smoothly told his future mother-in-law that he wanted her to enjoy being the mother of the bride, without all the stress of organizing an elaborate wedding. He sealed the deal by asking Lila if she would be okay with planning an open house in Snow Valley after he and Lucy returned from their honeymoon. The string quartet paused, and then the strains of Canon in D, Pachelbel, began as the small gathering of people, including Cole's parents, stood up and turned to see the bride. "Ready, Daddy?" she asked, glancing up at her father. "I suppose." His voice broke, and Lucy saw moisture gathering in his eyes. "For the record, Lucy, I wouldn't blame you for running. You found a good man." "I did." He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. "I would reprimand you for finding your husband by kissing a complete stranger in the airport, but it's kind of a moot point." Giggling softly, Lucy lifted the front of her wedding dress and started on the path toward her waiting groom. The sand was soft beneath her feet, sifting between her toes with each step. Her breath caught when her eyes met Cole's. He looked incredibly sexy in a white button-down shirt, a pair of light-colored dress pants, and bare feet. Her stomach swooped as a wicked smile curved his mouth, exuding charm that made him look more like a rogue pirate than a doctor. It made him all the more desirable. She could hardly believe that in a matter of minutes she was going to be his wife. Cole Taggart would be all hers, and tonight they wouldn't have to say goodbye. Something that had become increasingly difficult the past few months. Lucy gifted him with a promising smile of her own and fought the urge to ditch her dad and break out into a run toward Cole. As if he'd read her mind, something hot flared in his eyes, begging her to close the distance. Holding his simmering gaze, she increased the tempo of her pace, dragging her dad along with her. At last, Lucy took the final step, and she placed her palm in Cole's outstretched hand. "You are so beautiful," he whispered, and drew her closer. The impetuous side of Lucy overtook her senses. She launched herself into Cole's arms and pressed her mouth to his. She was vaguely aware of the titter coming from the audience as Cole took the lead, kissing her, long and slow. The man definitely had talent when it came to kissing her. Through the intoxicating kiss-induced fog, Lucy heard her father politely clear his throat. Then he said, "Well, Lucy's always been an overachiever and never one to procrastinate." The gathered crowd laughed, and with a smile, she and Cole ended the kiss. "Sorry," she whispered to the minister. The man grinned and slipped on his reading glasses. "I find your enthusiasm quite refreshing." He winked at her and said, "In light of that enthusiasm, let's begin." Lucy and Cole faced each other, holding hands. Their eyes met and never wavered as they repeated the promise to love and cherish one another. A thrill of unrestrained joy coursed through her when the minister said, "By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife." Lucy glanced over at the man as if to hurry him along. The minister winked at her again. "You may now kiss your groom." "Thank you," she mouthed before turning back to look at her husband. All at once, Lucy was overcome with emotion as the realization sunk in that she and Cole were married. Not one to cry, she felt her eyes fill up with tears of joy and gratitude. "Hey now," Cole said softly as he wiped away a tear that had spilled over her bottom lashes. "I hope those are happy tears." "Yes," she whispered, "very happy tears." "I love you, Mrs. Taggart." "I love you too." Gently holding her face with his hands, Cole lowered his mouth to hers and touched her lips tenderly. Heat rippled through her, all the way down to her bare feet as the pressure on her mouth increased. A swirl of desire awakened inside her as everything around her faded except for Cole, his touch, his scent, his nearness. Whistles, most likely from her brothers, broke through, and she and Cole ended their first kiss as husband and wife. "Wow," Lucy said breathlessly. "I think I'm going to like being married to you." "I know I'm going to love being married to you." Cole had that mischievous glint back in his eyes as he leaned down and whispered, "I promise to remedy your uncertainty, Mrs. Taggart, starting now." Cole captured her mouth in another searing kiss as the minister introduced them as Mr. and Mrs. Taggart. Sighing contentedly, Lucy slipped her arms around her husband's neck. She was going to enjoy proving to him how much she already loved being his wife, now and forever. This concludes the reading of An Unexpected Kiss by Cindy Rowland Anderson. Copyright 2014 by Cindy Rowland Anderson. This book was read by Mia Barron. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Cindy Rowland Anderson and was produced in 2020 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.